He combines his work in police with his academic interests. He is a former British charming scholar. He did his post-graduation and PhD in psychology from University of Liverpool, United Kingdom, and has 5 research publications in peer-reviewed international academic journals. We welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm used to a timer setting. I don't want to bore you with a long. Yeah. Good afternoon. Please on the dais. It's a real privilege to be here to interact with all of you and share some of my thoughts. Actually, when I look at the theme of the conference, we're looking at inclusive growth, sustainability. So I would, this is what we discussed incidentally with our students in the class. How do you produce growth? How do you make them inclusive, and how do you make them sustainable? And then we go back to what can we do in terms of technology to solve some of the impediments. So what we do in our class is we look at the last 500 years of political economy of the world, and we realize that it's only after 18th century that GDP has grown. Otherwise it was static at zero, from 080 to 1800. So 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And thereafter it has gone up. It has gone up when 3-4 factors have been fulfilled. Number one factor is creation of a centralized state. We are privileged to have a state. There are countries which are struggling to create a state. You see a country like Yemen, where the Houthis, who are a tribal group, illiterate, they have never gone to IIT, but they are firing cruise missiles every day, and all the merchant ships are now diverted to Cape of Good Hope. So, if you have non-state actors and you are not able to create a state system like Afghanistan, like Africa, East Africa, then you struggle. So the first condition that we said is that we must have a state. Secondly, the state must create inclusive political institutions between representative government, elections, smooth transition of power. These are inclusive political institutions. And once you create inclusive political institutions, you will create a set of inclusive economic institutions. For example, property right, intellectual property right, abolishing monopoly, creating competition of environment for businesses to grow, or what some people call creative destruction, new technology to come and so on. So this is the third thing that we said is necessary. And only if we do all that, and we do not have abuse of authority, corruption, etc., then we will grow. Now the problem when we look at India is this, that we are growing at 5-6% GDP growth rate, whereas we require to reach 10-12%. We have a state, we have elections, but to what extent it is inclusive and what more needs to be done is the challenge. We see that countries which are struggling to create inclusive state institutions and apparatus are struggling because the state lacks capacity. A large area of the rural interiors, there is a notional presence of the government. So top 50% of the population will not go to your schools, government schools. They will not avail government hospitals. Your roads will be having potholes. Your speed of construction will be so low that Pataka to Bhubaneswar road is under construction for the last 10 years. At that rate of state capacity, there would be distortions. And what would be the distortion? People would not trust the capacity of state and they will do what we call jugaad. And this would mean they will find other ways of solving their problems bypassing the government. This is the fundamental problem of governance that we see. Therefore, we in our course say that economic success has to be preceded by governance reform. It's not that first have economic success and then you can have governance reform. Because if you fail to create inclusive government, you leave out 30-40% of your population, particularly certain sections of society, then you will have a situation where the state will be under threat, a challenge. Look at a very simple proposition. There's a road between Cuttack and Bhubaneswar, which is the main two cities in Odisha. The distance is 25 kilometers, and in normal global standards, it should take 15 minutes to travel or reach from Cuttack to Bhubaneswar. It takes about an hour, at time 1 hour 15 minutes, at time 1 hour 30 minutes. That is lack of governance, that is statelessness, that is our inability to ensure that vehicles move in lanes. Now, when we are targeting 10-20% growth rate, we must understand that for the first time, in the last quarter, China has seen negative FDI. The last 20 years they were doing amazingly well. In fact, in quarters they were getting $100-200 billion FDI, which we get in a year. They were getting in a quarter. That's because that's the way the governance was running, that's the way business environment was operating, the ecosystem was operating. Now, unless you do that, and you expect FDI to come now, what is happening? The money is not going to China, where are they going? They are definitely coming to India, but they are getting distributed. Mexico has done exceedingly well last year. Money going to Vietnam, money going to Indonesia. Our ability to attract more investment will depend upon our ability to get our governance right. And which would mean getting our judicial systems right. You cannot have a situation when a contract law enforcement will take 25 years. You need to have order, traffic, law and order, security. Very, very important. And in fact, if you can maintain order, your GDP will grow up 2-3% straight away. One of the challenges that we face there is ensuring that there is no abuse of power, which leads to corruption or lack of transparency. So these challenges have to be faced, and in the coming decade, if India is to target a transition from a poor economy to poor country into a basically middle class economy or something slightly better, because the current system is good enough to deal with hunger, malnutrition, basic lack of housing, etc. But if you are moving to the next stage of economic success, where you want to have regular jobs, good quality education, primary, secondary, higher education, good research standards, etc., that is a very different ballgame. Scoring 50 marks in an exam is one type of preparation. Scoring 90 is entirely different. So our governance system has to make a transition to that kind of system where we can attract that kind of foreign investment, we can create a favorable ecosystem for rapid economic transformation. Now, in these respects, now we have to look at where do we use technology. In my childhood, I used to like grapes. Very soon I realized that the supply of grapes is not going to meet my demand for grapes. So I thought one way to solve the problem is to have a supply side solution. That is, I took grape seeds and tried to germinate. I never succeeded. So very often when you come with technology and you want to go and set it in certain government systems right, you must understand that you are maybe trying to plant a grape seed in an ecosystem which will not allow the seed to germinate. So the ecosystem in the government system is such that merely bringing in technology would not work. I worked with on one of our projects, the crime criminal tracking and networking system, which had completely collapsed. Now, incidentally, that was being managed by Deloitte, IIM. So, I'm sorry, I'm taking their name like a case study. So, the first day I reached, I was told that you have to sort out the difference between the police department and Deloitte. Police department had asked them to pay back 1 crore 20 lakhs for not doing the job. And they were asking for more money, 57 crore or something, 57 lakhs or something. And there is a dispute between the two. So I called them. I said, I mean, you have been here, you were taken by the police department because the police department agreed that we are cops, we don't know anything about computer, we do not know anything about networking. You will bring in the knowledge and the resources, you are our knowledge partner, you will implement it, you will tell us what to do, and after 5 years, where have we reached? We have 960 points, 400 points are always not connected. What is the bandwidth? Sir, 512 kbps. I said, is it download or upload? No, download is 512 kbps, upload is half of that. But actually, what you get in reality is 170, 180. I said, do you think you can run a network at that bandwidth? He said, no. Then why are you trying to do it? He said, I was told to do it. Now, many of you are very polite and decent chaps, and that's what I used to tell them in the class also. You are so polite. How will you deal with government machinery? You have to shout. You have to be strong. And you have to tell them that, look, gentlemen, you are trying to do this. It might hurt your ego, you are some DG or IE or additional DG or whatever. But this will not work. Why I am telling you this is very simple. The consultancy firms now have 12% of their revenue coming from government sector. This is going to increase to 25-30%. So at least 1/3 of you will end up working with government. The reason is very simple. I pay 30,000 to our employees, and they are in no position to prepare any documentation or handle any complex job. So every government department will hire a PMU. So all of you will be getting into government system sooner or later. At least 1/3 of you will be entering into government system, not directly but indirectly. Right? Therefore, the input that we are giving you from the government perspective has to be much more, because I take it for granted. In US it is 27%. India it is 12% currently. But this will go up. The salaries that I get, and I am at the apex, I mean the highest level of the pyramid, is lower than your entry salary. You understand? But I am in government because there is some glamour posted, some prestige, something, some social recognition, and some future comfort, so we are here. But low down, we don't get people who are talented. As a result, the complexity of tasks that we handle just cannot be handled by our organization, so we will hire you. So you will have this task of ensuring that the government systems build capacity, they become more accountable, there is lack of abuse of power, and there is transparency. And all these things will require not merely bringing in computers at some one periphery or one software or app. I think many IT guys think that the next solution, ARPs or some software solution can solve everything. No, they actually will not solve, because there are fundamental issues in governance, in accountability, in power structure. And I keep telling, abuse of power is caused by 3 factors. First, good people are not joining public office. Those who are self-selecting are not the best. They join politics because they can take risk, they have money. The second problem is, even if good people join public systems, they become bad after a while. And third is because of evolutionary reasons that we are attracted by alpha male. So if there is a thug in the street, he is more likely to be voted rather than some intellectual in that street. Right? Therefore, the public systems will always fail to give you the performance that you want. There will be huge requirement of policy making, of technology integration and so forth, where we would have to, through backdoor method, assist those in public office by those who are not in public office. So if you are a minister and you are supposed to make policy, you will not be making policy, you will hire McKinsey to make your policy, and then you will present it to the people, something like that. And that's how the whole system will run for quite a while. So, when you talk about public policy and what choices are there, you must have a macro view of the world, and you have to look at what is happening and what are the challenges that we face today. We should not be too happy about 5-6% growth rate. Certainly, we require much higher growth rate given our population size, the number of unemployed youth that we have, job creation, the rapid rate at which are huge challenges. I hope during the conference you will all be discussing, not in a simplistic way. These are deep challenges. There are serious problems in governance and public policy, but they are essential to our future and the future of this country. Again, I thank you for inviting me. It's an absolute pleasure. I keep coming here very often to interact with students. Anyway, I have a class and I have to teach them, and I have to check their examination paper, and when you check, you realize whether you have taught them well or not, because then you understand that how successful you have been. Checking an answer sheet is like testing yourself. I have never taught. The faculty here, the students have been very kind. They gave me this opportunity to learn teaching and enjoy it. I'll keep coming. Do take interest in public policy and in governance, and I'm sure all of you will contribute to the growth of the nation in the future. Again, thank you so much. My 15 minutes signing off. Thank you.
I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Sudhanshu Sarali. Your expertise has brought a unique perspective to the event, and we are truly grateful for the knowledge and inspiration you share, sir. Thank you. I would now request Professor Mahadev Jaiswal to felicitate Dr. Sudhanshu Sarali. I would now like to invite PGP1 student Shubhangi Ray to dedicate a few lines to mark the celebration of the inauguration of Ram Mandir.
Hi everybody. First of all, I'd like to give great thanks to the Minister for calling me here. We really lucky to be standing here, all the delegates and everybody. Today marks the commencement of, Pan IIM in our IIM Sambalpur campus, along with the Great Ram Mandir in India. Would like to sing a couple of lines on that. So we're going to
I would now like to call upon stage Professor Vrinda Rao to welcome our esteemed group of panelists for the CEO discussion. We would welcome Mr. Sachin Trivedi, Director, Deloitte Consulting. Mr. Ramesh Jha, Executive Director, IIM Global Compact. Dr. Shraddha Dhanani, Tech Entrepreneur. Mr. Keshav Rao, Director, MCL. Professor Rahul Dey, Moderator Dean, IIM Bangalore. Now, it gives me immense pleasure to now introduce our esteemed group of panelists. Today's moderator, Rahul Dey. I would also like to welcome Sunil Kyle, President, Rourkela Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Today's moderator, Rahul Dey, is a professor of information systems at IIM Bangalore. He joined IIM Bangalore in 2002 and has served as Harvard Packer Chair Professor in ICT for Sustainable Economic Development from 2004 to 2008. He teaches courses in artificial intelligence and information systems. His primary research interests are in ethics, e-government systems, open source, digital payment, telemedicine, and ICT for development. We welcome you, sir. Our first panelist is Mr. Sunil Kyle, President, Rourkela Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He is the President of Rourkela Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the year 2016-17 and for the year 2023-24. He is having more than 35 years of experience in the field of entrepreneurship and manufacturing industries in different steel-allied products. Presently involved in the construction of luxury apartments for Gaylord Group in the real estate sector. He is also the working president and trustee of Sahara Seva Samiti, Rourkela, and chief patron of Garmia. I would now like to welcome Mr. Sachin Trivedi. He is a director with Deloitte India. He has more than 18 years of work experience and specializes in climate risk assessment, benchmarking, decarbonization strategy, energy efficiency, technical advisory, carbon credits, emissions trading, non-financial compliance reporting like GRI, and sustainable reporting under various frameworks. I would now like to welcome Mr. Ramesh Jha. He is currently working as Executive Director, IIM Global Compact Network in India, supporting the private sector in ESG journey. Prior to this, he was associated as a senior fellow with the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy for the analysis of fiscal and monetary policies. As a part of UNDP, he has contributed towards areas of financial services, livelihood opportunities, skill and development, and also entrepreneurship training. He was associated with Small Industry Development, Bank of India, and has now engaged in credit and business development support that facilitates MSME. I would also now like to welcome Dr. Shraddha Dhanani, a senior women leader, has led organization-wide transformative initiatives across the spectrum of industries, including e-commerce, retail, construction, and manufacturing. With a PhD in digital platform strategy, she brings a blend of academic rigor and practical expertise to her roles as a digital transformation strategist, independent director, thought leader, coach, and a tech venture founder. She has recently founded a tech startup that embodies her vision for the future of artificial intelligence backed with digital innovation. I would now like to welcome Mr. Keshav Rao. He is an alumni of IIT Bombay and IIM Ahmedabad. He also holds a PG diploma in HR. He has started his career with a brief stint of 1 year in private sector, followed by 2 years in Steel Authority of India Limited. Thereafter, he joined Indian Telecom Services, where he has served about 26 years. He took charge as Director Personnel, Mahanadi Coalfields Limited. He leads HR for 22,000 employees at Mahanadi Coalfield Limited. He introduced effective HR and IT initiatives that improve business processes and increased employment engagement. He won the CSR Leader of the Year award from Governance Now for the CSR initiative in MCL. He provided a leadership during pandemic that assisted the state and central government to combat the COVID-19 crisis. I would now request Rahul Dey to moderate the CEO panel discussion on the topic Development of Strategies to Address Challenges of Implementing ESG Goals.
Thank you. How much time do we have?
So I think we'll have about 24:30.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, great pleasure to be here, and I want to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me. I'm attending this after many years. It's a great pleasure to be with the colleagues. We have a very diverse panel, as you can see, and I'm excited about this. The range of experience and the range of background is awesome. So I'm expecting that we will have some very varied comments. So what I would suggest, just a suggestion, is that we go around panel once, and each panelist takes about 5 minutes to present their thoughts on the topic, which is challenges of implementing ESG initiative. After the first round, 5 minutes each, I will ask a few questions, if that's okay, but if there are questions from the panelists themselves, we can go through those. So we'll go to a second round, and that will take us to close to an hour. After that, if there are questions from the audience, we'll take those. Otherwise, we will wrap up with some closing comments. Okay? Can I begin from my left with Mr. Ramesh Jha? 5 minutes.
Thank you. So again, I'm very excited and interested to be here, part of this very important thing, and seeing the young citizens' interest in these proceedings. It gives me greater pleasure and reassurance. As far as the topic of this discussion is very close to our heart, yesterday I introduced myself, but briefly, we are the UN Global Compact, which works with the private sector across the 17 SDGs, and each of them have been mapped to the ESG rigor and requirements. So you have a multiplicity of reporting standards, GRI and BRSR and so on and so forth. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's the 10 universal principles which were espoused by Kofi Annan in 1999. I think it's a progressive maturation of those concepts and ideas. As economies grow more complex, as production becomes multi-local and very distributed and decentralized and just in time, and all those concepts, the challenge of ESG reporting becomes more and more deep, and that is why, and especially the larger companies, Scope 1, Scope 2, they have very good performance to show, and they are very confident will achieve net zero by this year, that year. But when it comes to the MSME, and which my neighbor will express more because he's from the practitioner side, the MSME is really left at sea, and that is where we are trying to have capacity building initiatives through the larger companies to all their vendors, it's called in common parlance, but MSMEs, where we are trying to introduce the concepts and encourage them to take small steps. The data requirements, etc., are very, very large and it is resource intensive. So I think a combination of efforts from institutions like ours and the large scale industry which associate with these small millions of producers, I think that will be a way out, because that is the level at which the rubber hits the road, and we have to be very mindful of that fact. So just by the large corporates achieving certain goals the process will not be complete. It's a journey which has to include all. And the last thing which I would like to emphasize, that this entails a transition from a particular way of doing to another way of doing, apart from reporting, etc. It has its benefits, but it has its costs also. So this transition has to be just. Otherwise, we will lose out the goodwill and the strength and the participation of the entire society. So while protecting the environment, we have to take care also of the social aspects so that the transition is just, and we also have to look at the governance within the companies, which also leave some of the questions in the reporting framework of ESG. So I think there are challenges, but if we move together and move systematically, there are solutions which the gains will be much higher than the costs that are now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudha. I will request Mr. Kayal to take 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rahul. In fact, the topic is the challenges for implementing ESG initiatives. I would like to just have a little more on the other side of the discussion as far as the Mr. Ritesh told about MSMEs. What MSMEs and the startups, the slogan nowadays we are hearing, the main agenda of the government is also to boost up startups and MSMEs. Both are very correlated to each other. Nothing is new in this. Just 2 days back, we had a very big session of Enterprise Odisha 2024 in Jharsuguda, where these things were discussed, the MSME and the startups. The startups is actually what the concept is a little bit big area, I can say. It is not just putting up a unit or a firm or a company. It is a type of mindset, first of all. We have to understand what startup actually stands for. It is nothing that the ESG, what the topic is today, the E stands for environment, S stands for the social issues, and G for the governance. These 3 things comprise of the entire system, I can say. The perfect system of putting up organizations or maybe the corporate sectors and all. How do they behave, first of all? Environment is, we have no right over the environment to get polluted, first of all. The units and the corporates have to make it clear that before putting up of any industry or maybe any large scale industries, like practically we see when you come down from Jharsuguda to Sambalpur, you see a lot of large industries have come up. So whether they are all coming and following the ESG guidelines or not, that is a question to be noted nowadays. But students, those who are sitting in front of us, I think I am sitting in the best place of the country where the management students, they are getting to go ahead and then they will be going to the society for their careers and all. What exactly is now required is that the students should become not only to seek the jobs, but they should incline to become job providers. You go more into the entrepreneurship, more into the way government is giving a lot of opportunities for building up and coming up in the industries and enterprise. So once you become an entrepreneur, you lead the society. You do something more bigger for the society. And as it is told, the corporates are not only to make profit, not to generate profit, but at the same time, they have to improve the social life of the people, life of the workers, life of the customers, and at the same time, they have to project the norms of the ESG things which are being provided by the system. Next is about the environment. Environment is like it is a broader issue, and the developed nations and the developing nations, they both are to be seeing about how environment is changing, and the environment changes is only by the way the industries are functioning, and the corporate level, when they come up with their own projects and all, how do they behave with the environment, and the ESG norms generally guide them to keep their activities and production within the parameters of the norms. As far as Rourkela Chamber is concerned, we have got members from all the sections of the society, from industries, from traders, from service providers, and they are all, I think, since last 2-3 decades doing their business. But now the concept is changing very fast. The new generation is now being put up with all these ideas and all this system, so that they work very efficiently and grow with the industry and their enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, we turn to Dr. Shraddha Sharma. Your words on this topic.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. It is post-lunch, so let's do one Q&A with to bring some life here. How many of you have used at least once ChatGPT? And what is the size of response what you have got? Is it 1 para, 2 para? At least 1 para, how many people have got? It was fun, right? So exciting. But you know what? When we do that, ChatGPT takes 3.5 thousand tokens per second. That means it consumes compute, which is consuming electricity, which is equal to at least 1 hour of light bulb. And it requires at least half a liter of water to cool down. So this is the level of energy and electricity and water consumption, what it does. Large amount of electricity which is generated is through fossil fuels. So every fun query we post on ChatGPT or such tools is consuming huge amount of electricity. It is consuming huge amount of fresh water available on planet Earth. And if you see the numbers, all of these large model providers are consuming electricity every year, which is almost equal to electricity requirement of a small-sized country and freshwater requirements of a medium-sized country. So, before we talk about strategies and responsibilities of businesses to implement ESG policies, it is important to bring in awareness in each one of us that how responsible we need to be in consuming all of these technology available tools. Of course, artificial intelligence is a very, very powerful tool. It is a very good technology, but it is designed to solve larger problems. It can detect lung cancer possibilities using X-rays. It can really solve complex medical problems, and it can make healthcare very easy and affordable. But can it be used to write JDs, which a human can write very easily? Or can it be used just to write some interesting blog, which we can write ourselves? Should we be using and exploiting that technology for the fun sake? This is the question which we need to ask every time we are using a technology like GenAI. Is it required?
or are we really having some fun? Because when we have fun on that, we are actually consuming some electricity, huge amount of water, and we are depleting resources. Second most important thing what Professor Rahul I would like to address here is the attention economy which is coming up. All the large organizations and the tech ventures are focusing on moving towards attention economy, which is making and creating apps which are highly addictive, taking attention of the user and keeping them stuck onto their own application usage. But what kind of social issues is it causing is something which we need to see. We as an entrepreneur, we as a founders, we as a techies, we are constantly focusing on creating an app which is keeping our users, active users alive on our app, right? That's the focus which we have. If you look at the investor parameters also, they say, okay, how many active users we have, how many number of hours people are spending on your app, design an app which is a sticky and addictive. It's an attention economy, right? But what is this? What is the effect it is having on the mindset of young generation and senior generation? What is it doing to them? What psychosomatic issues are coming up? Are we thinking about that? What kind of social fabric are we creating? Are we deploying or depleting? What are we doing? So these are the questions we as an entrepreneur, we as a founders, we as a creator of tomorrow's economy, we need to answer these questions and then move forward to our business strategies and business plans. Because these are the things which will impact the S of social and E of environment, right? So ES is in our hands every time. It is not a large business house or in industry's responsibility. It is everyone's responsibility to come into ES zone. So we have to have our own internal governance to take care of this part. So this is something which we need to answer and it needs to start from us. And then of course organizations are definitely responsible to bring in ESG part. But awareness is the key to implement sustainable and successful strategies on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I request Mr. Keshav now? A very good afternoon to all of you. A great pleasure being here on this panel discussion. A very interesting topic. Challenges for ESG. Now, first of all, let me spend a couple of lines on introducing as to what our company does. That's because that's when I'll be specifically addressing a couple of challenges that we have. Our mine is a Mahanadi Coalfields Limited. This is a mining company that produces the largest quantum of coal in the country. It's a subsidiary of the Coal India Limited. By virtue of having been blessed by nature, we are among the most profitable mining companies in the country. Last year, out of a turnover of around 41,000 crores, we had 18,000 crores PBT. But even though we are profitable, we are fully conscious and aware of our responsibility towards the society, towards the environment, and we are trying to do our best in the sense, this year we have a budget of around 261 crores for CSR alone. Separately, we spend lots of amount on working for the environment. Now, as far as corporate governance is concerned, we strictly follow all the laws, rules and regulations in the country. And at the same time, we have everything like, things like diversity, we are ensuring at all levels. So this is not really a challenge. And whichever organization chooses to follow the laws of the land will be doing a good corporate governance. And as far as taking care of social governance is concerned, again, I would say as long as you are compliant of the rules and regulations and laws of the land, an organization would be by and large taking care of the social requirements. For example, we have lots of land users from whom we buy we purchase land or I will say acquire land, and then we compensate them more than adequately and ensure that they are nicely rehabilitated and settled. We provide thousands of jobs to all such land users. Now the main concern is regarding environment. That's because we are essentially a mining company. Mining asking a mining company to be environment friendly is almost like asking a meat seller not to sell meat. Basically, because mining involves so much damage to the environment. What we try to do is steadily adopt more and more technologies that reduce pollution, that reduce carbon intensity. So first of all, one of the biggest things that we are required to do is, go net zero for becoming carbon neutral. As far as power consumption, we have a consumption of almost 182 megawatt, which is big enough to take care of a medium-sized city. So we are steadily working to set up renewable energy solar plants, and in about 3 years' time, we will be going net zero. The next is in terms of pollution. Now, any coal mining company, when it is operating through open cast mines, it has to remove the topsoil before coal is exposed and it can be put to use for, fuel, fossil fuel, whatever, for fuel for producing electricity. This removal of topsoil involves use of explosives. Once you explode and loosen the soil, there is a lot of dust generated and it pollutes the environment to some extent. So we are steadily working towards reducing this aspect of polluting the environment by adopting some technologies which are, some devices, some equipment known as eccentric ripper. It does not produce dust, and gradually we are going towards that. So apart from that, we have adopted some technologies for extracting coal. Once the coal is exposed in the mine, it has to be removed. So again, in the past there was a practice of blasting, removing big boulders, crushing them, and then transporting to the power plant. That has also been done away with. We use a technology called surface miner. It straight away brings out the right size coal and generates relatively far less amount of dust, coal dust. So, as I mentioned these things, what I am trying to say is, essentially, the challenges can be met with through steadily improving technologies, as far as my industry is concerned, and we are steadily on the job to reduce damage to the environment and move towards carbon neutrality as much as possible. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We move on to Mr. Sachin.
Thanks for having me on board for the panel discussion. Delighted to be at the campus of IIM Sambalpur. The topic ESG is pretty close to my heart because that's what I've been working on since 2006. ESG is an ever-evolving topic, and a lot has been done. When Mr. Zahar mentioned about the SDG goals, most of the standards or the frameworks which exist today, use the SDG goal as the framework for developing the standards on that particular 17 SDG goals. Now, what happens is that the basic awareness in terms of adopting those goals or meeting the goals is easier said than done. Most of the people, when they speak about the social aspect of ESG, they feel if they're addressing gender diversity, it's also a problem, or maybe inclusion and diversity, DNI is a new concept. So yeah, there's a lot of challenge in terms of people understanding these concepts and advising companies, or if you, kind of become a part of those companies who are trying to address the ESG of their own companies, you will have to, learn a lot to effectively address the ESG challenges. Now, I spoke about the social aspect. I was just having a discussion with one of the panel members on the E aspect. One of the indicators of the SDG is sourcing sustainable material. Now, during my interaction with a lot of companies really don't know how to really qualify, or what raw material will qualify as sustainable. So if I'm buying a packaging material, how does one prove that the material is actually coming from sustainable sources? Or if I'm buying a chemical, how do I prove that the material is coming from sustainable sources? So yeah, a lot of capacity building needs to be done around ESG aspect for effective implementation. And I feel this is one of the most challenging thing for effective implementation of ESG by companies. Not only consultants, we do need a lot to stay ahead of the curve, but then, there is only that much we can do. So if we develop capacity among the, younger generation, so that when they go in and join the workforce, they are able to address the challenge and, kind of try and stay ahead of the curve as well. So that's my submission.
Thank you so much. A very interesting set of comments from the panelists and very diverse. We do have a particular request, Mr. Rao, I believe you have to leave in 5 minutes. Okay, so I will pose one question to him just before he leaves. You mentioned that you are taking a lot of steps to control pollution, etc. How are you using digital for this purpose? And how are you deploying digital technologies for these tasks?
See, digital technology basically comes in terms of monitoring pollution. So we have ambient air quality monitoring stations at different places. So that all the data gets recorded, and that data is monitored on a regular basis to ensure things are under control. Similarly, there are other polluting areas. For example, we have very large equipment, heavy earth mining machinery, HEMM, which consume huge amounts of diesel. So we are in the process of deploying sensors at different points within the machinery that will use IoT for monitoring the health of the equipment, and also ensure that as far as possible the diesel consumption is minimized. And of course we are also planning to switch a lot of these equipments to LNG. And of course we also have some equipment which run on electricity. So already some equipments running on electricity are deployed in the mines. Some more can come. Those are the possibilities. And in general, the digital part comes mainly for monitoring and corrective action. Okay.
So let me switch this side, Mr. Jha. Mr. Jha, let me provoke you here. I think your comments were kind of mild. Let's talk about greenwashing. Now you raised the issue of reporting. Is greenwashing a substantive issue? One, first part is the deliberate part, that you put out reports and make it look good. Second part is you don't know. You're doing this innocently. So you're not actually measuring the right things. You're measuring something which has come from the environment. but actually there is, there are issues that are not getting uncovered.
Great question. Post lunch, you can't be very aggressive, so that is why I was mild, especially the good food that we had. No, but it's a very serious issue, this greenwashing, and it's rampant. Now, the point is that it is foolish. You will agree with me. Because the amount of investment you are making in fudging these data and appearing to be local ultimately will not help you. And that is why at UN Global Compact there is an annual reporting requirement. And we don't go back and audit whether you have told the right thing or not. But whatever you have said is in the public domain. So BRSR report, it's in the public domain. So eventually truth will catch up, and each industry is not an island in itself. There are competitors, there are suppliers. So the truth will get out, and ultimately it will be double the cost of what you will be incurring otherwise. So effectively, I think since the 60s, these issues, 1960s I mean, these issues have been on the table. And slowly, we have been putting it on hold. Okay, we'll see, it's important, what you are saying makes sense. And then SDGs came, it is an excellent framework. But then we also were overtaken by events. So 7 years, 15 to 5 years, 15 to 20, there was serious progress on SDGs. And ultimately, when I say progress, it is government, businesses, everyone together. We were committed to a better tomorrow. And then Corona happened. And we all can't be not aware of that such a big calamity that undertook the entire global community. Then that had just started leaving, and economies were restarting and things like that. This Ukraine thing happened. Now you have Israel. So all these geopolitical events do have its impact on the energy prices, food prices, and ultimately it impacts the company's bottom line. So don't greenwash. Say, put out the data which is correct, and say that we are so much behind and we are taking steps. That's it. No one is asking you to look good just on paper. What are the serious steps that you have taken? And it's all a global community which is watching each other. It's not a global policeman which is actually auditing, because audit after audit may also not uncover the real picture unless the management and the board is very, very concerned about what we are putting out. So, very good question, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Let me turn to Mr. Kerr on the same lines. Your point is we are developing industries, this region is growing, and it has to grow. Our students have to take up entrepreneurship and be responsible. Now, I have two questions for you. First part, the growth of industry itself means our pollution levels will go, and we will cut into the environment. I'm provoking here, so you don't have to agree with me. Second, are we training our students enough? According to what you may know about our education standard, I think all the IIMs follow roughly a similar pattern of education. Are we training them enough?
Thank you, Mr. Rahul. The first part regarding pollution and the environment, both the industries are now polluting. I can say industry has to run, first of all, not at the cost of polluting the environment. That is certain. And now the mechanism is so fast, and the research and more of controlling equipments, pollution controlling equipments, they are also getting more and more applicable in the industries and all. So these things will continue. The industries will grow. According to that, there will be likeliness of getting more pollution in the environment. But the question is, we cannot allow or sustain all these things. We have to work out that pollution should be at the minimum, and it has to be there that the industry should adopt more and more research and development on controlling the pollutions. Even some of the industries which are not, as you see from naked eyes, that it will look, it is not creating any pollution to the environment. It is not right all the time. They may not be polluting the environment, but the other way is the water. They pollute the water sometimes, which we can't see. And the air, the environment is the air. Sometimes air is polluted, but it is not visible to us. We feel that nothing is going according to the norm of the pollution control system and all. There, the equipments which are now getting advanced nowadays, and listening, research and development in controlling the water pollution and the air pollution. That is also growing very fast with the research scientists and all. They are all working on it. Regarding the second part about imparting knowledge to the students and all, IIM is no doubt doing that wonderfully well, because ESG is nothing, it all comprises of all the things: the environment, the social system, and the governance. Governance is your maintaining the audit of your company or maybe corporate, and your internal banking, or your maintaining laws and attending the norms of the legal department. These are all, this comes under the governance. But socially and the environment, no doubt nowadays the things are getting changed in very faster way, and students are also responding to it, and it is beyond doubt that the students, what they are being taught now, will give a better tomorrow for the country. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Excellent. Now, Dr. Shraddha, I will have to turn to you and press on you also. You are saying that, using ChatGPT and all these tools are very expensive. Energy and water they are consuming. But tell me, what is the way out? You can't wave your finger at a tsunami and say, don't come. What is the way out? What do we tell students who are all using, everybody raise their hands?
Yes.
How do you stop this? Because if we tell them today, don't use these tools, they are worse off. This is a competitive advantage that every company is going to exploit as fast as they can. So, what's your answer?
It's very important question which you asked, and thank you, you gave me this opportunity to express my thoughts on this. I believe a lot in creative powers of these innovative minds. So there is not always one way of doing one thing, right? Not one way of one solution to any problem. If we scratch our heads, we may find a solution which is not depleting our resources, which is creating these boundaries around in our minds that we don't want to do it this way, but this is the way of doing, which is not harming the environment. That is definitely a better way of thinking about the solutions. I'm not saying don't use ChatGPT, but then there are sustainable models which are coming up, which are smaller models. If if you can find smaller models which are passing lesser number of tokens, consuming lesser resources, that could be your first plan. Second plan could be there are companies which are building solutions which are based on green energy. So they are doing a balancing. For example, I'm not advocating, but how Apple has made its products completely green, and it is going carbon zero already now. So there are such companies, and be responsible towards finding such companies and use those models which they are creating, because they are powering their data centers using green energy. They are harvesting water again, so that water is not getting depleted. They are taking care of the countries which are deprived of water. Identify companies which are responsible and use those models instead of fancy models. I'm not saying ChatGPT is bad, but I'm saying find solutions. Third solution could be there are wearable devices and there are such smaller devices which are available in serving your needs. If your needs are smaller, you don't need large language models. You need something which is based on smaller smaller chips and smaller devices, you can opt for such solutions. Fourth solution could be create your own solutions which are giving you required functionality without using such high models. So you can create something for India. And I will take a parallel example which is of Shankar Nethralaya. If all of you are aware, when Shankar Nethralaya was being put, they had requirement of creating a very low cost eye surgery or solutions for the poor and needy. So the cost of each cataract operation was much higher. To bring it down, they thought creatively. They said we need to have our price only up to this level, say 100 rupees or 200 rupees, but it required a lot of laborers. So what to do? And the entire solution what they devised involved lot of 8th or 9th dropout young girls from the nearby villages. And they worked for Shankar Nethralaya. It worked in two ways. It reduced their cost. Second solution what it gave was upliftment of all the women around in that area, also bringing social status up of the entire village ecosystem. So it's a creative solution which was win-win, right? It was ESS was taken care very beautifully. Can the young population of India design generative AI models which are fit for India, not consuming energy or having green energy based solution? If you all can think like that and you can design such solutions, I'm not saying don't use Gen AI. I'm saying use it, but use it responsibly and create your own solutions for the country. For example, Government of India is doing Bhasha Dan, that project, which is creating a Bhashini as one of the bot, and which is helping farmers and villagers to have conversations in their own language, understand government schemes, fill government forms using conversation AI. That is again designed by our Indian entrepreneurs and innovators. So such application of generative AI is absolutely good. So if you need to use generative AI, you can create your own solutions based on simpler models and green energy, and that can definitely be happening in 1 year's time. So that's one suggestion I have on this.
Thank you. Sachin, okay, you raised the issue of diversity, differently abled students being, or differently abled people being employed. I think AI and also generative AI to a certain extent have a big role in enabling this transition. However, we had some panelists challenging this. I know it's a complex story, so go ahead, let's have your comments on that.
So yeah, I mean, as Shraddha mentioned, the shorter term which we all use is jugaad. So yeah, you can use your own jugaad and kind of use something which consumes less energy and be a little more environmentally conscious and using tech. Yeah, I mean, if AI can be used to bring in more inclusivity, I think this is best for the greater good, because we have. I mean, my personal opinion, I feel that I usually ask my friends this question that how many specially abled people do you know or have you studied with? How many kids were there in your class when you were studying in your school days or college days? So usually the answer is zero, nada, no. They didn't have any. So yeah, I mean, if AI or any technology, as a matter of fact, can be used to kind of bring these people, kind of rather make them more inclusive in our society, I think it's a good use of AI.
Thank you.
Mr. Gave one more thing. When we were talking about greenwashing, and I wanted to add to what Mr. Shah was saying. Again, DRSR has been brought in, and Shraddha just mentioned that you need to go and look at what Apple is doing. So that is again comes under DRSR or ESG disclosure of Apple, and we hardly go and really check unless we really need to invest in those kind of companies. Now, a lot of private equity companies, fund managers, they've started looking at, and that is why the government basically made DRSR mandatory. Why DRSR was made mandatory what the company is doing in terms of ESG. So the best thing they did is they said, okay, fine, let's make BRSR mandatory for top 1,000 companies. The moment BRSR became mandatory for top 1,000 companies, the company didn't have a choice other than disclosing the ESG parameters. Now, when you spoke about greenwashing, now there are times when greenwashing is not deliberate. What happens is that it's again lack of knowledge. So, companies, it's voluntary right now for some companies, and it has become mandatory for certain set of companies. And from this year on, assurance will become mandatory. Now, the moment assurance becomes mandatory, there will be assurance provider who will be going and checking what have you done on ESG parameter. Now, if the assurance provider has a specific skill set, say he's a chartered accountant, he can only comment on G parameter. If he is not from an HR background or an energy background, he will not understand what E and S is. So for him, even if he provides assurance, it could be, not really assurance. You cannot, really trust that assurance. Now, we are still waiting for the government to come up with a framework as to who will become the assurance providers. I mean, whether it will be accounting firms or whether it will be professionals from different backgrounds who will be providing assurance on ESG and giving you a proper report, so that the greenwashing can be addressed. So right now, we don't know what will happen, but yeah, I mean, greenwashing, even if not deliberate, will continue.
Okay, so we've had some very good comments here. So because of our time limitation, can I request each of the panelists now? We'll go back to the side here. 1 minute, round up comments, anything you would like to.
Yeah. So, in order to move forward faster, Secretary General of the UN has launched a Forward Faster initiative where we are requesting companies to pledge on 5 specific areas: climate, water, living wage, gender, and SDG finance for SDGs. So all this, I mean, in 1 minute I cannot cover, but this is a initiative from the UN where 37 Indian companies have signed up from September to December, and more are joining. So, although I may have sounded pessimistic, but companies are coming forward, doing their bit, and that is the only hope. Be it the MSME in Jharsuguda or the corporate giant sitting in Mumbai or Chennai or Bangalore, everyone has to contribute. It's not a medal tally, it's a combined journey. All of us will have to go together. As you also mentioned, environment has no borders. Societies, if becoming more unequal, are sitting on a powder keg. So we cannot afford to do that. I mean, yesterday someone said 2 to 3%. Oh no, the keynote was saying just now, 2 to 3%. If you have peace, 2 to 3% of GDP you gain. So those are established things. Why do we have to reinvent the wheel?
Well, I have suggestions for the students. My first suggestion will be, you are getting the best environment and the best part of the country. You are here in IIM Sambalpur. And what Mr. K told about the education, what you are getting here is really wonderful. I can feel it. And IIM is not a small institution. We have another 20 IIMs in India. Now Sambalpur happens to be wonderfully set up. Inauguration will be done by, as I was told, Pradhan Mantri ji will do it on 3rd of February. So my suggestion to all of you, that you should become, not to seek only for the job, you should become job provider. आपको सबको एंटरप्राइज करना है, आपको सबको इंडस्ट्रीज में जाना है, अपना ओन इंडस्ट्रीज लगाइए, अपना ओन कुछ बिल्डअप कीजिए। ESG नॉर्म जो है, this is for you only, the new generation, because I have seen since last 3-4 decades, people were putting industry without knowing anything about the ESG norms and all. So those days are gone. The education is now going to command the country, and you are sitting at the best place of the country where you are getting the best education system. And in the coming years, our country will see a very growing, and the things what we are anticipating now will be seen in coming days. Thank you.
I'd like to say that this is a very good time in the history of industries. Um, when we are moving towards Industry 5, Industry 6 onwards, and innovation, the way it is coming in, it's disrupting the way businesses are being created and operated. So we need to define our environment and social and governance laws, rules, and our own internal frameworks, keeping in mind this new industry. We should not stay in the manufacturing mindset, wherein the governance rules and the frameworks and those parameters are still dated. We are in the data economy. 2-3 decades back, it was like that technology was a separate industry, it was a separate department. Now it is underpinning every industry. Data is becoming the new oil. So when we say data is a new oil, the way it is flowing across your organization, how it is happening, how technology is moving, what resources it is consuming, what is happening with your data. All of these require an address, a mindset. It requires you to think that how are you going to control it, how are you going to govern it, and what resources are going to get consumed in that. That mindset is required to be cultivated now so that you understand and you implement governance in the right format and not a greenwash or not an eyewash. And it is controlling what needs to be controlled and not elephant is out and you are just controlling the tail of that. So data needs to be controlled in a different mindset. So that needs to come in this generation. So all the best to you guys, and I hope you develop that mindset. Thank you.
Thank you. Basically, one observation that I want to make is what is a challenge for our company, that is meeting the carbon neutrality or environmental norms in general, is also a challenge for our entire nation. So essentially, as we grow, it becomes more and more difficult and we receive more and more flack. So in order to overcome this, one of the ways to diversify into other businesses which have, which are more easy to comply with on ESG norms. So that we will be attempting in future, and that should be the approach for the nation as a whole. That getting into more and more areas where ESG compliance is easier. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke a lot about energy and carbon. And there's one thing which I didn't speak about is water. So probably the next World War, I mean, I shouldn't talk about it, but might be on water. Knowingly or unknowingly, we export a lot of water to developed countries. So whether we are exporting garments or whether we are exporting jeans or whether we are exporting commodities like rice. Yeah, so the only one would be maybe, as an idea, and I agree completely with Mr. Kayar that students not only, should educate themselves for a better job, but they should work towards entrepreneurship. Um, these are exciting things to work on, whether it's water, energy, carbon. And I was having a word with our CEO in the morning. He was in Davos last week, and I asked him, so what is the buzz this year? What are the CEOs talking about? And he said, it's AI. It's not carbon, it's not energy, it's not ESG, it's AI. So yeah, these are the emerging trends. So you can choose and pick whatever suits you best. All this.
Thank you. So we had a very
we are out of time for any questions. So we have done very well on the time. So thank you, panelists, for sticking to the time. One question. Okay, then please go ahead.
So warm greetings to everybody. The discussion went very well from what is ESG investing to greenwashing, but I was very curious to know about ESG scoring because in today's time, inconsistency is observed. It is observed that if I am an investor and I want to invest in X company, one agency is saying me the score is 52, another is saying it is 92. So as an investor, what should be my roadmap to see what is right? So greenwashing does exist in ESG scoring as well. So what is the path forward? Thank you.
Should I take the question? So, as I mentioned, greenwashing is there. It's not deliberate, but I completely agree with you. The scoring parameters are different because every company has their own, the basic underlying principle is 17 SDG goals, but they have developed different frameworks. And some framework will give a different weightage to E, and the other will give different weightage to S, and the third one will give different weightage to G. So if the G framework is weighted heavily, and the company is doing well on G parameter, then they will have a high rating, and if low on S, that's how the ratings differ. So ideally, you should kind of focus, like if you are investing in a company, I feel you should really look at what the company is doing and not really follow the ratings. And if you are looking at ratings, then you better understand the rating principles of those companies. So whether if it's Sustainalytics or MSCI or there are different rating agencies, so you need to understand what kind of weightage they are giving to ESG parameters to understand where to invest.
Well, all I can say is an evolving field and we are all learning with each passing year and we will get there. Don't lose hope. But yes, what you pointed out is a very, very real issue. But as more data emerges, like AI also, more data emerges only then it will become more and more accurate and more companies joining in. BRSR was voluntary, now it's become compulsory for some. So gradually as the ecosystem develops, the providers also will know, the regulators will also chip in and make it more transparent and objective. Yeah.
As we come to the end of this panel discussion, I would like to thank all the panel members for their invaluable contribution to the panel discussion. Your willingness to share your experiences and engage in an open exchange of ideas created a dynamic and enriching experience for all the attendees. We really thank you. Now I would like to call upon stage Professor Sudhindra Rao to felicitate the panelists. To begin with, I would like Professor Rao to felicitate Mr. Keshav Rao. Dr. Shraddha Dhanani. Mr. Ratnesh Jha. Mr. Sachin Trivedi. Mr. Sunil Kyle. Professor Rahul Dev. I would now request all the attendees to commence to a short tea break, after which the directors panel will commence at 4:45. Thank you.
ना अभी ना पूछते थे बहुत टाइम लगता है हाँ तो कवर है ना बैटरी कितना दे रहा है 79 तो सही वाला लोगे तो बैटरी ना अभी ना पूछते थे बहुत टाइम लगता है हाँ तो कवर है ना बैटरी कितना दे रहा है 79 तो सही वाला लोगे तो बैटरी ना अभी ना पूछते थे बहुत टाइम लगता है हाँ तो कवर है ना बैटरी कितना दे रहा है 79 तो सही वाला लोगे तो ना अभी ना पूछते थे बहुत टाइम लगता है हाँ तो कवर है ना बैटरी कितना दे रहा है
It is an absolute honor to have all of you here today. I, Asmita Mahapatra, PhD scholar, IIM Sambalpur, is delighted to welcome our esteemed dignitaries, panelists, and distinguished audience to the Director Panel discussion. This conference has always been a platform for intellectual exchange and a catalyst for innovation, and this year is no exception. The Directors Panel discussion promises to be highlight
bringing together visionary leaders and accomplished individuals who have shaped the landscape of management and business. Our distinguished panelists today are leaders in their respective fields, bringing a wealth of knowledge, experience, and insights. Their contributions have not only influenced their organizations, but have also made a significant impact on the global business community. As we engage in this panel discussion, we look forward to gaining valuable perspectives on the most pressing issues, trends, and opportunities in the ever-evolving world of management. On this note, I would like to take the privilege to invite all the respected directors from IIM Kashipur, IIM Bangalore, IIM Trichy, IIM Nagpur, IIM Jammu, IIM Sambalpur, and IRMA to grace the dais. Please. I would now like to request Professor Sudhendra Rao to welcome our panelists. To begin with, I would request Sir to welcome Professor Kulbhushan Baroni, Director IIM Kashipur. Professor Rishikesh T. Krishnan, Director IIM Bangalore. Professor Pawan Kumar Singh, Director IIM Trichy. Professor Bhimare Maitri, Director IIM Nagpur. Professor B.S. Sahai, Director IIM Jammu. Professor Umakant Dash, Director IRMA Anand. Professor Mahadev Jaiswal, Director IIM Sambalpur. This panel discussion focuses on building managerial capacities to enhance collaboration between industry and society. On this note, I would like to take the privilege introducing our panelist and moderator. To begin with, I would like to introduce our first panelist, Professor Kulbhushan Baroni. Professor Baroni is the director of IIM Kashipur. He has been associated with the IIMs for more than 25 years. He served as director IIM Kozhikode from September 2014 to June 2018 and established and nurtured IIM Amritsar as the mentor director during the same period. He has been director of IIM Kashipur since June 2019. He undertook postdoctoral research at the University of Tokyo and doctoral research at the Institute of Rural Management, Anand, IRMA. I will now introduce our second panelist, Professor Rishikesh T. Krishnan, Director IIM Bangalore. Professor Krishnan is Director and Professor of Strategy at the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. Previously, the Director of IIM Indore, he held the Jamuna Raghavan Chair in Entrepreneurship at IIM Bangalore from 2007 to 2010. He completed his education from IIT Kanpur, Stanford University, and IIM Ahmedabad. His main areas of interest are strategy and innovation. I would now like to introduce our third panelist, Professor Pawan Kumar Singh, Director IIM Trichy. He has served as Director of Management Development Institute, Gurgaon, and Director in charge of Indian Institute of Management, Indore. In the role of mentoring of Indian Institute of Management, Sambalpur, he served as the first chairperson of academic committee and as a nodal officer of IIM Sambalpur. Dr. Singh has been in academia for more than 3 decades, including being Professor of Organizational Behavior and Human Resource Management at IIM Indore for about 15 years. Further, I would like to introduce our fourth panelist, Professor Bhimarai Maitri, Director IIM Nagpur. Sir is distinguished academician, renowned teacher, researcher, and an astute administrator. Dr. Maitri is the former director of Trichy. Currently, Dr. Maitri is the member of Indian National Commission for Cooperation with UNESCO, INCCU. He is also serving on the panel of experts for mentoring the institutes of eminence. I would now like to introduce our fifth panelist, Professor B.S. Sahai, Director IIM Jammu. Professor Sahai is Founder Director, Indian Institute of Management, Jammu. He has served as the Director in Indian Institute of Management, Raipur, Management Development Institute, MDI, Gurgaon, and Institute of Management Technology, Ghaziabad. Professor Sahai completed his B.Tech from DIT Sindri, M.Tech and PhD from IIT Delhi, India. I would now like to introduce our moderator of the session, Professor Mahadev Jaiswal. Sir is the founding director of Indian Institute of Management, Sambalpur. Prior to this, he was professor and dean at MDI Gurgaon, a PGPX from MIT, USA, PhD in computer science from Delhi University, and senior Fulbright fellow from Carnegie Mellon University, USA. He holds expertise in innovation strategy for startups, digital innovation, ERP, and IT strategy. I would also like to introduce our sixth panelist, Dr. Omakant Dash. Dr. Omakant Dash is the director of Indian Institute of Rural Management, IRMA. Prior to joining IRMA, he was professor and head of the Department of H&SS, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, and adjunct professor, Indian Institute of Management, Trichy. I would now request Professor Mahadev Jaiswal to kindly moderate the session. Sir, please.
Good evening. My colleagues here, my director colleagues, Professor Rishikesh, Professor DSI, Professor Pawan Singh, Professor Bhimara Maitri, Professor Baluni, Professor Makan Das, and all other distinguished guest directors, industry experts, my faculty colleagues, and other students present here. You know, this 9th Pan IIM Conference is happening in the gap, physical form it is happening in the gap of 3 years. And now we have 21 IIMs. There are some common agenda for which all IIMs come together. And the purpose of this conclave, which happens every year and started 9 years back, is to create common platforms across these schools in India, not across only IIMs. Also create scholarship and understand what is the direction which the Indian management should take. Now, one of the areas where we thought is a panel discussion in this particular session is building managerial capacity to provide collaboration between academia and society. IIMs and other B schools for long have been known for providing managerial education which can feed to industries. So major focus and major ideas were to create manpower who can work in industry in managerial capacity, become leader, and then grow, help grow this company. Now new thoughts have come that these are the premium management institutes, and there are many other private management institutes, they are also working. That responsibility in terms of what are your societal impact. So that is the line which we want to have discussion here. Some of us must be doing, some of us must be
in the conceptual stage. Some of us must be thinking on the stage. But rather than talking about what we contribute to education, research, consulting, that of course everybody does. Now society, because we are hardly 21 institute or maybe another 20 top B schools and maybe few thousand graduates which come out and maybe few hundred faculty members. We just keep on focusing on employment and placement. Our value will not be visualized and not be appreciated by society. So one day I was sitting in some company and one gentleman asked, and I had my other friend from IIM Ahmedabad, he passed out from that, he was CEO of the company, and he gave very negative remarks about IIM, the person. He said, what are we doing? You are creating manpower to sell Pepsi and Cokes and those kind of products. There is no significant contribution to society. So those kind of questions are also coming. Therefore, it is very important to understand that are we really doing something which can create more sustainable, responsible society. So each IIM now have started refocusing, and we have eminent people here. They all have been professors of top universities institute and today heading these top female-based schools. And therefore, the focus is how IIMs are actually enhancing the collaboration between industry and society. So, of course, there are models called CSR, which most of the corporates are doing in terms of corporate social responsibility, which is legalized. But other than CSR, what corporates should be doing for society and how IIMs are creating those thought process among their industries. That is where the focus, and therefore I will request all my colleagues to just focus on that. One is that what is your thought process? That is one line. And what is action if you have done? If you have not done, what action you have done? These are only two questions for each of my friends here. And then we'll also have questions because we don't want to have just our point of view. Maybe we will do very fast here. And then some of our people from Sri they all from industry and Kenya, they can ask questions, short questions. Okay, what you think we are doing and what you think we should be doing? Those are the kind of questions. So with this, let me just start. I think this is left side. Okay, it's always better to become right from the left. Okay, so left is always right, isn't it? And left is left.
but right is left many times.
So I request Professor Pawan to give his thought that what IIM should be, B school should be doing for collaborating between industry and society, and what IIM Trichy or whichever institute, I think many institutes have had it, can be experienced. It is up to you.
How much time budget?
2 lines.
2 lines. Okay, I divided this opportunity into 2 parts. One is that what is my humble thought, and secondly, what we are doing. So, first about thought. The topic is arranged in such a way that managerial capacities, set of managerial capacities is the input. Our students going to industry is throughput, and in turn creating impact in society by them is the output. I think I have understood the topic correct now. Is it okay? So, there is a complaint that we work in industry, our students work in industry, but social impact is not there. So my thought first, number one, any person is worth human being only when he or she has returned back to society. Mahabharata talks about Panch Rina. I will not count them, it will take time. We all know Panch Rina. Unless we pay those Rina, actually we are born indebted. And this is, I'll tell you, in MBA we never teach self-motivation. We always teach motivating others. And for self-motivation, the thought is that you should feel, dear students, you should feel you are born indebted. उधार में जीने के लिए आ गए हो, वापस करना है. So to pay back those debts, 5 debts have been there: Pitrin, Devrin, Rishirin, and Bhotrin, and Rerin. Second thought on this is that And this is very, you will feel goosebump if I say what is my thought on giving back. Bhagavad Gita says, you are a thief if. You are a thief if. So dear students, a general knowledge question. Whether Bhagavad Gita describes a thief? Answer is big yes. I'll tell you. This is about giving back to society. Bhagavad Gita says, Tayar dattan apradayebhyo yo bhumte isten evasa. That one who enjoys the endowments given by nature without paying it back is basically a thief. Yo bhumte isten evasa. Isten in Sanskrit means thief in English. This is my thought. Now what you are asking me to jump, no? So I will jump what IIM Trichy is trying to do, or wherever I work is trying to do. You see, we have two schemes, one is institutionalized and one is very voluntary. And combining these two, I would say, there is a team called Elixir. Elixir का अर्थ होता है अमृत, nectar. And that Elixir Club wants to bring a smile on the faces of the people who live outside boundary of our campus. And their impact should be felt within 2 or 3 kilometers of the outer boundary of the campus. And in between, our students and our faculty team has arranged infrastructure for very, let us say, ill-equipped government primary schools, and that infrastructure, I will say that if you see, you will feel very happy. It is class infrastructure has been given. Of course, collaboration is with those who can give fund. And secondly, street light based on, let us say, this conventional energy, that is solar energy, based on solar energy, street light in those pockets have been provided after doing the survey in the villages, that where people felt uncomfortable, especially children, ladies, in certain corners of villages, they used to feel uncomfortable after dusk, and that's why those were identified, and 72 poles with fully equipped solar system has been provided, with again collaborating with funding agencies. So this we are doing, I'm hesitating, perhaps I may go longer, but when my next round comes, I will elaborate some of the things. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Today is the most auspicious day. This morning we were just watching this Pran Pratishtha, and I was just thinking that this conference is also organized in the same way. Second thing I would like to say that this first time I'm coming to Sambalpur and I saw this campus, I must congratulate Jaswal for making this great campus. Let's join my hands to welcome to congratulate Jaswal. Okay, now the thing is that the topic will be talk of was for a long time when you are administering one school or other. You feel that what exactly IIMs are doing? This is a place to churn out MBAs and PhDs, give them and let them get some good practice or something more. I think IIMs are not just created to churn out MBAs and PhDs. They have to play a much bigger role. And today, when we are talking of Pan IIM, that is assuming we want to have this Ramraj, that is possible only when everybody in the society moves together. There is a lot of inequality in the society. There are so many people who are not able to get admission, and there are certain places where seats are vacant. You are surprised to know it's not only IIMs, there's IITs, there's universities, good universities. You find the scheduled caste seats are vacant. Many times we don't get faculty members in scheduled caste or scheduled tribe. Now what we are doing for that? There are small time vendors. We talk about them, but what exactly we are doing for them? And at the end of the day, what is the purpose of life? To be happy. And how to make people happy. So on these three premises, I would like to say that what exactly we are doing at IIM. You know, when I talk of this scheduled caste and scheduled tribe, as per the data, old data of course, it's 22.5%. And ministry all the time is to ask that, okay, you are not filling up faculty positions on these categories. And I am used to make one excuse or other. Fine. And you will feel very happy to know that we set up a Center for Diversity and Inclusion in 2021, which was inaugurated by then President Kovind. And that center is extensively working very hard to make sure that how to bring this scheduled caste and scheduled tribe in the mainstream. The result is very fantastic, very positive. We are getting very good results. We are working with Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and Minister of MSME. And we are doing a lot of programs. And the result what we are getting is highly encouraging. I feel that everybody is seeing with the same capability, competence. What is required is some support from IIMs, some support from good institutions to encourage them that yes, they have the capability, they have the competence, and that they can do wonders. So this is one thing we are trying to do, and we are getting good results out of that. When I talk of small businesses, we set up a center called Center for Small Business Development. And this center is predominantly meant for those people who are small-time vendors or small-time for these people who are doing small businesses. Now, how to convert them into a formal business? This is a real challenge. And when we talk of that, what are the indicators, how you are going to measure that they have been transformed from a small business to a formal business? We are working for that, and then again we are working with the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. And last thing, the purpose of life is to be happy. And to make everybody happy, we have set up a center called Anandam, the Center for Happiness. And we have made happiness as a compulsory course across all the programs, whether it is PhD, whether it is MBA, or whether it is IIM. Idea behind that is very simple, that all these young boys and girls sitting here, all MBA students, day in and day out, they have to solve cases, they have to solve problems, one quizzes after another quizzes, one assignment after another assignment. They are stressed out. To ease out, I think something is required to be done, and life is really cool. Enjoy this life. And that's why I felt that, okay, let's introduce this course on happiness. And again, we are working with some of the institutions together, and we are getting very positive response from our students. So these are the small beginnings we have done. I hope this will be useful to all of you. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you. I still recall the day, sometime in the middle of 2015, when as the director of IIM Indore, we were told that we had to mentor or to start IIM Sambalpur. That started a long journey, and it's come a long way since then. I remember there were several challenges at that time, and I'm sure there are challenges continuing even to this day. And I would like to congratulate Professor Jaiswal and the entire IIM Sambalpur team for this wonderful campus we have created here, and of course for all the excellent foundations that have been laid for the institute in the years to come. But I'm here in my capacity as director of IIM Bangalore. IIM Bangalore incidentally was started with the objective of creating managerial capacity in the underserved sectors of the economy. So in fact, when IIM Bangalore was started, it had a public sector focus, and it also had a sectoral focus. It had both of these at the same time, which is what characterized IIM Bangalore in its earlier years. For a number of reasons, we moved away from that, but the interesting part is today we have come back in quite a big way to where we started off. So let me just give you a few examples of what we are doing. I think by and large, Professor Jaiswal asked me to first speak about the philosophy. I think our philosophy is quite simple. We want to remain in our core domain, which is research, teaching, education, and everything related to that. But with that as the vehicle, we want to make greater impact on society. So we are not, I think, trying to look at CSR perhaps in the way companies look at CSR, but we are trying to use our primary mission to address this. Let me just give you some examples. In 2014, we started online courses through the MOOCs platform called edX. The whole aim of getting into MOOCs was to enable learners not only in India but across the world to access high quality management education. I'm glad to tell you that that's been fairly successful. We've had more than 2 million people from across the world who have signed up for our online programs. And currently we are also the national coordinator for management for SWAYAM. In that capacity, we are making available management courses to students across the country. And thanks to the policies of UGC, which allow students across universities to register, we now have a huge number of enrollments through SWAYAM as well. So that's one very significant way in which I think we are making impact to extend managerial capacity well beyond what we do in our MBA programs. We also realized some years ago that there's no point in complaining if we are not getting the kind of faculty diversity we want. We need to do something positive about it. So in 2018, we started something called the NSR Pre-Doc program in memory of our first director, Professor N.S. Ramaswamy. And the idea is very simple. We are trying to help students from disadvantaged communities make the transition from whatever they have done earlier into high-quality doctoral programs. In the last 5 years, we have helped about 40 people in this direction. We take about 10 to 15 students every year, and all of them have got, or not all of them, but a good percentage of them have got admission to high-quality PhD programs. And this is the more of a national contribution because obviously these people are not all going to come back as faculty at IIM Bangalore, but over the years, this pool will be available to the country as a whole. We also realized some years ago that while we have a strong entrepreneurship center, perhaps we are not doing enough as far as gender diversity is concerned. So IMD has been at the heart of a whole range of women entrepreneurship programs. As of today, we have 4 or 5 very core programs. I won't talk about the ones which are very high end, but there are a couple of programs which are very interesting. We did a nationwide program to develop women entrepreneurs with the National Commission for Women. This was done during the pandemic. 6,000 women entrepreneurs enrolled for this program and more than 1,500 of them completed it. So I think this is one of the single biggest initiatives to help women entrepreneurship develop in the country. Currently, we are working with the government of Karnataka to develop 300 women entrepreneurs from disadvantaged communities, from SC, ST and OBC. And that's another huge initiative which we are very proud of, and we are sure this will have a big impact on entrepreneurship in the years to come. We also have a whole series of NGO leadership programs. The non-profit sector plays a crucial role in development and in societal development. So rather than us directly getting into social development, which we also do in a small way, we hope we are making a bigger contribution through developing capacity for the NGOs who will then be able to do this in a much more substantive manner. Apart from this, I think even in our traditional activities, let me just give you one example. We have done a really interesting series of management development programs for the government of Karnataka's commercial taxes department. This is not a traditional program. This is helping the commercial tax department detect fraud in GST. So it's using the latest data analytics, it's using all sorts of IT tools essentially to help them identify fraud. And identifying fraud and preventing it is a really big service to the country as a whole, because ultimately that means our taxpayer money will be conserved and we won't have people evading tax. I could give you many more examples, but just to sum up, I think our philosophy is very clear. We want to do what we do well, which is education, research, training, but we want to do it in a way that it goes well beyond the MBA program so that we have impact on society in a much larger way. Thank you.
So I will talk about what is the philosophy of IIM Sambalpur and what is the actions on these particular aspects. So let me describe the vision statement, which you can also see on our website. We would like to be an institute for excellence in creating responsible leaders with entrepreneurial mindset. What it means is that we are in the business of creating leaders, responsible leaders who does create wealth in a responsible way without damaging the environment and society. But the solution has to be entrepreneurial, not through charity and not through any kind of support. So that is the vision statement. In terms of our core values, how we operate, so we operate around 3 I's: innovation, inclusiveness, and integrity. Now, what we have done on innovations in action, what we have done on inclusiveness on action, and what we have done on integrity on action, that also I will give some examples. The design of our campus is based on 5-layer concepts. The first layer is physical layer, where you can see the layout, buildings, infrastructure, etc., which every institute has its own way. Second is digital infrastructure. We have one of the best state-of-the-art digital infrastructure across our campus inside the classroom, where if you haven't seen to our classroom, you must go and see an experience. We have 3 kind of board. We have a physical board, we have digital board and smart board, and also we have blended board. And all our mics, everything else on the roof. So what that helps us is that in class you don't have to write down anything, everything gets recorded online in your mobile and laptop, you are a registered student. So that is state-of-the-art digital infrastructure we have created. Of course, we have also created LMS and all those things in order to get digital platforms, so that you don't have to give any kind of reading materials hard copy. Everything is on the portal. A lot of more things is happening in digital. We just started it. We would like to be completely seamlessly connected across the country. Third is called emotional layer. That is where you can see the design of the buildings also depict the local art and culture of this region. So just by seeing the building, you can understand that this is IIM Sambalpur building. You don't have to write what is IIM Sambalpur building. So that picture design you can see across all the campus, that is connect with the local community, and local community are very much attached with us in terms of the design, because we have depicted them all across our campus. The fourth layer is intellectual layer, where we do all kind of research, seminar, conference, educations, and that every institute does, and we also do. That is called intellectual layer. And the fifth layer, which is not visible, many layers are not visible. Fifth layer is called action layer, where our action is around our vision and our core values. That is what we call innovations, integrity, and inclusiveness. Now, I will give example how we are innovating. We have introduced in the flipped classroom. We are encouraging all our faculty members to at least have 30% sessions as a part of our flipped class, where we discuss life problems in the industry and society, which is yet to be solved, to be discussed inside the class, and create case inside the class rather than teaching case in the class. So that is one innovation we have introduced in terms of our action. In terms of creating another innovations, because we have said that we are responsible leaders, so we would like to differentiate ourselves from the rest of the world, and therefore we said we not only work for corporate, we also work for society. That is the theme of this particular panel discussion. So first project we have taken is for the master viewers of this region. The master viewers are the main intellectual class of Sambalpur regions of Western Odisha region and also Odisha, where there are lakhs of populations and many thousands of families having a 500 to 600,000 years profession of weaving their handloom, and they were facing a lot of challenge in terms of selling to the market. And they were all shifting to IT industry, their big children, and just in 20,000 rupees salary, they were going to Bangalore and Pune and working. We took that as a challenge, and we said that we will provide you entrepreneurial educations. 12 weeks, just like MBA, we started, and 80% were female workers, and they are entrepreneurs basically. And we brought them in the class. We provided them all kind of managerial education in their local language. That is for NEP, we have to help in the local language. So in Odia language, our faculty members and visiting faculty members
was taught by qualified faculty members from IIM Sambalpur as well as from the industry experts. And it was booklet and books were prepared in Odia language. And that education was basic objective to make them entrepreneur. And also digitally ready. And then we signed MOU with Flipkart to begin with, and then ONDC also came forward. So we signed MOU with ONDC and Flipkart so that their product can be put on the digital market platforms. The moment this was started, Sidri came forward and they started funding us for this project and say you want to do it in a big way and do this in a mass scale. And as a result, we started a few months back, and today last week I was taking with them what is the impact. They're saying their sales turnover has become 4 to 5 times in just 6 weeks. And that is the impact which we started creating, and now that has encouraged us. And yesterday, City has granted us 3 crore rupees as an incubation center to make it countrywide pan India. And we have created a company organization called, this is called bunkarvalleys.com. Okay. So just like Silicon Valley, we call it Bunkar Valley. Bunkar is the Hindi name of weavers. And this project we are now taking pan India, and that is where I would request all my fellow directors to collaborate with us. Whatever reason you are there, we can all work together. And that is the purpose of Pan IIM, that we have to work together in this project. And I will be requesting wherever this kind of groups are there, we all can work together. You provide the education and setup there in the region. We all will put together in the bunkarvalleys.com portal, and whichever products we can think that can be sold out can be put. And then we create incubation center in Delhi and in Mumbai, and you are all in many cities, Bangalore, and we can create a lot of impact in the society. So that is one. Yesterday, our Honorable Minister Sri Dharmendra Pradhan inaugurated the center of Rangavati. That Rangavati is a local compositions of local songs, very famous song of Sambalpuri, which is known globally. It is the song is played in Paris and New York in many cities. So our minister wanted that we should create a center. Now people are saying, what is the Rangavati doing in IIM? Because that is the art and culture. And we are taking that also as a center, and minister has promised few crore rupees to make that one-class incubations, to make this art and craft and local culture to be in the upmarket as a business. So that is another initiative we are doing. Also, we are talking to digitize all the street vendors into certify in all those platforms, N1DC platform, so that they should be not left out from the global competitive market in the digital marketplace. So these are the action plans which IIM Sambalpur has already started, and in that line we thought we should be able to fill. The second, this is about the innovation part of the core values. Second part is inclusiveness. That is also our core values. What have we done? So 2017 I joined as a director, and of course Professor Rishi was taking care before that as a director of IIM Indore, as a mentor director. And I would like to thank our record that he and his team and Professor Pawan Singh, they did a great job. In the beginning it was very challenging work, and they used to travel from Indore, and they set up our academic classroom, etc. So thank you Rishi and Pawan for that. When I joined, of course, it was running in one floor of a engineering college, a private engineering college, and we wanted to facelift, and we shifted to Sambalpur University, and there we came our campus, and that was definitely a bad place. And that was again, we should thank state government for that they provided this infrastructure. State government is very, very cooperative and very professional. We got that support, and therefore I must say the record in public that best governed state I could see is Odisha. Because you go for any public cause, your job is done in minutes. So that is the kind of governance we have. I also got a lot of support from Prime Minister Office on that. So I am also saying on record, the Prime Minister Office was the most professional government office in the world, I would say. As per my experience. Because I can call the Prime Minister, any person there, not only Dr. P.K. Mishra, but any officers of Prime Minister Office, in just second ring they pick up and talk. That I never experienced in my life earlier. It used to happen in US, but now it's happening in India. So we are in the right age of this country, and we are fortunate to have this kind of government. I was talking about, 2017 when I joined. In 2018 admissions of our MBA, we got 0% of female in the class. And that became the headline in Times of India and all media. And that awakened our thought process, and then we came out with admission policy, and 5% weightage we reduced for calling for interview in the CAT for the female candidates. And 2019 admission of our MBA, we became the highest gender diversity among all the IIMs, 49%. From 0 to 49%. And I can show you, it's still in my mobile, and then another headline in Times of India, and it says, IIM Sambalpur outscore IIM Ahmedabad and IIM Bangalore in gender diversity. So that is called inclusiveness in terms of gender inclusiveness. And this particular batch, which is sitting, some of them here in the first year, we have 60% female and 40%. Maybe in future we have to now reverse the policy and increase the percent of men. But that has impacted all the institute. Now all IIMs have got more than 40%. So that is the impact we created in terms of inclusiveness. We can claim so. And very recently, we also started going to school children of remote places like Kalahandi, you must have heard, one of the most backward districts of the country. The two school children of 10th, 11th, 12th and their teachers, they were hosted here for 2 nights, interacted with our faculty, classroom, and idea was to make their life aspirations high and give them exposure of world-class infrastructure and educations. That we just started. We have aimed to cover almost every block students of this class to make them life different than what they think that only they could do for job. So these are the kind of things we are doing. I'm sure everybody will support from the corporates on our institutes, and we are looking forward now. Mr. Rajneesh Jha is sitting here. He is active director of Human Impact organization. We are working together, and in February, and we are planning to organize a large event on women empowerment conclave here, where we will be calling corporate leaders, successful corporate leaders, industry leaders, academia, scholars, and government officials who are working on this to come out with a gender inclusive policy for the empowerment in the academia as well as industry. I'm sure that also will create new ideas that how their participation can be. Right now we are below 14% participation across politics, across industries, across organizations in India, and USA is already more than 50%. USA 100 years back was 22%, which was the lowest in US, as per the recent research done by the Nobel laureate of this year's economics, Professor Harvard. So these are the areas where I think we, and I'm sure as part of this 9th Pan IIM Conference, these are the areas where all the IIMs will be working together, collaborating together to provide managerial educations for the larger goal of society rather than just focusing on the placement. Thank you.
Very good evening. First of all, I thank Professor Jaiswal, my close friend, organizing this 9th Pan IIM World Management Conference physically after 2-3 years. So I would like to give some 5-6 points with reference to industry and society, what we are doing at IIM Nagpur. So first of all, as Professor Jaiswal rightly said, Sambalpur as the best digital infrastructure, IIM Nagpur as the best physical infrastructure. And IIM Nagpur, the 4-5 areas. One is INFED, we call IIM Nagpur Foundation for Entrepreneurship Development. So this Section 8 company was set up to develop the women entrepreneurs, and we already developed and mentored 42, and 6 of them have moved from startup to scale up. And we also received the highest funding of Niti Aayog, that is Atal Innovation Center. It was the vision of Prime Minister to get 101, and I am Nagpur in that to get the highest funding for AIC. And apart from this, with Government of Maharashtra, we do a magnet project, Maharashtra Agri-Business Network project. So basically, Maharashtra is a big state of 14 crores. So Vidarbha and Marathwada region, whatever the main crops are there, we train the farmers at IIM Nagpur. We also train the farmer producer organizations so that farmers can get basically higher price and middleman profit can be brought down. And we also train the the technology partners so that they can provide applications to the apps to the farmers so that sitting in their farm or their village, they will come to know what prices are there in nearby cities and accordingly orange and other crops they can sell. We also have another Section 8 company that is a CLIP, Council for Logistic Infrastructure and Project Management. We very closely work with Government of Maharashtra in the area of disaster management. So currently we are working with how to evacuate the crowd in Dadar and also how to safely take out the people religious places like Nasi, Trambakeshwar Temple during Kumbh Mela, and also that area we are working with Government of Maharashtra. And we have introduced a new scheme in collaboration with Government of Maharashtra, that is Chief Minister Fellowship Program. So every fellows will be given by Government of Maharashtra 75,000 rupees, and it is a 1-year program. And in collaboration with Government of Maharashtra and IIT Bombay and IIM Nagpur, so we are doing this program. Second one, IIM Nagpur introduced a Bharat Darshan program. So basically, MBA students, they should know both the sides of the coin, urban as well as rural. So our students, 2 times they go to rural part of the Vidarbha and they study along with NGO, they go there and the NGO people, they showcase their projects. And our students study their project and also after studying they make a report on how to increase the value of those NGOs basically working with farmers and slum area. So our students will provide the solutions 5 times, 10 times how to take their income. Third one, we are also very closely working with Vidarbha Industry Association. So many programs we do with Vidarbha Industry Associations. For example, last year when Goa Chief Minister Pramod Samantji visited, he came night 2:30 Nagpur because it was a night flight and only one flight. And we organized the meeting at IIM Nagpur and all industry people, we requested you have to set up your initiatives and companies we invited to invest in Goa. They said the flight is in the night and it is difficult and all. So after going back, within 3 days, introduce a daytime flight, night flight as well as day flight for the industrialist and to travel to Goa. And we do many programs with them. Another initiative at Nagpur, we started the executive MBA program for Nagpur as well as Pune campus. We have started Pune campus. Maharashtra is a big state to take care of Western Maharashtra to sharpen the skill for the industry as a part of lifelong learning. We introduced executive MBA and certificate program for industry. It is as a part of collaboration. And when I was working at IIM Trichy as a director, so I conducted large number of programs for the vice chancellors. So state, we did OT and all the UGCs, central and state and deemed university vice chancellor program to overall uplift the higher education quality. So that program was done. And currently here at IIM Nagpur, As a part of national education policy, the higher education space, there are 15 lakh teachers, and government has come out with 8 modules, and one of the modules given to IIM Nagpur, along with Infosys, Krishna Gopal Krishnan, we are training one module, that is governance and management, and we have mentored 200 vice chancellors and retired as well as current. So in turn, they will train 15 lakh teachers in that particular module. And one more area, I am Nagpur working closely with the training program for the leadership program for the vice chancellors, all the heads of the institution, including Institute of National Importance, with the Capacity Building Commission of Government of India, and I am Nagpur for the leadership program in the area of NEP. So these are the few initiatives we have taken. And apart from this, I am Nagpur also, there is a large number of NGO programs, basically how to help the NGOs in their initiatives. And annually, along with another NGO, that is Nagpur First. So along with Nagpur First, we conduct every year as an annual event in the month of December, that is NGO National Summit. So, and we evaluate whatever the activities done and how to provide the market to their products. So these are the some initiatives and Nagpur has taken. So thank you very much.
At the outset, I should say that, since yesterday evening, I'm quite nervous that why my name is being called first. And I thought it has to do the year 1993 when I was Professor Jaiswal for the first time. He was assistant professor at IIM and I was a student there. And I can tell you, the kind of smile he used to wear that time, I used to wear the same smile today. And rest of my professor at IIM, they were most of the time actually they were under tension. I don't know why, but he's a jolly man. And second thing you would have noted down, when as a moderator, he told each one of us that everyone has to speak for 5 minutes, and he spoke for 15 minutes. Okay, so now confining to the topic of for this kind of discussion, building capacities to enhance collaboration between industry and society. So my two thought processes are based on a critique as a teacher and as a researcher and as an administrator also. First, I would like to say that the time has come. Now we need to change our MBA, our program structure, curriculum, and everything to connect better with the industry. Our students spend around 20 months in the IIM system, in the business school or any management school, and out of that, actually, right now we are spending only 2 months for internship. I think we should be at least for 3 months for internships. That is one. And second is that actually the 6th term actually, it should be converted where every student has to write a presentation. Number 3, all the evaluation of our courses, we teach around 900 hours over a period of 2 years actually. I think the evaluation of all the subjects should be based on, some subjects definitely based on the examination board, but I think for the rest of them it should be based on project-based activities. And I'm drawing this thing, I definitely my learning from some of the business schools abroad. Particularly, I'll just give an example of European business school. They have 6 campuses, 350 faculty members, and they are offering all their courses when you look at it. They're all mostly project courses. Apart from that, they are even offering a foreign language course also, spread over 1 year, and then a coding course which is spread over 1 year. I think that's one. And second, I would like to say that actually guys, now we have to change our portfolio. We should not be confined to only MBA. We need to go for specialized MBA program. And that is the best way to connect and, to build our management capacities for the industry. And again I go to European Business School. They are offering IIM program, Masters in Management, Masters in International Management program, Executive MBA, Bachelor's in Management, and then they have 28 specialized programs.
Last year there were 15 specialized programs. We've done 29 specialized programs. They're all spread from 15 months to 2 years. And you know, how come 350 faculty members teaching so many specialized programs? Because most of the courses are based on project. But then actually they are supported by the industry a lot. Just want to give an example, one particular course I would like to talk about. Masters in Studying and Digital Business. There in that program, they have studied in partnership with Pan IIM company. That company comes and teaches one course called Disruptive Technologies in the first term. And later on in the second year, in the fifth term, each and every student, I think in a class in all the specialist program, they have 50 students. And each student has to spend 1 month in Delhi working on a consulting project. Apart from writing thesis also for 3 months and 3 months internship also. You know, we need to, when they can offer now, what are those 29 specialized programs? Yes, okay, their societal needs are different, ours are different. Yes, definitely we will not think of a luxury management program. But they have programs of masters in energy management, masters in biopharmaceutical management, masters in international sustainable management. You talk about any specialized courses, all of them, food and beverages also. I think it's time we need to put a hold on expanding our MBA program and start expanding it. And in fact, actually, I say that the importance of now sectoral MBAs, like IIM, is much more relevant today as it was relevant in 1980s and 90s. So I'll just say, but here, I think, what by these two thought processes, it will not happen until the industry comes forward. Now today, you will be hearing, I am raising a point which is pertinent to all of us. It is becoming, the placement is going in a small pay section. Final placement is not a problem for the university, for us. The problem lies with us, the internship program. Most of the companies which are coming, say, those companies we have been having a very well-structured internship program, actually, most of them, they go to first generation hands. And then we have to go for other, what you call corporate, but they don't have a structured internship program. And the students, they don't feel satisfied with it. And that is the, you know, that is the first step to get into a corporate. And there, I think the industry has not developed this. When I'm talking about those 25 specialized programs in European Business School, why it is happening? Because the industry is coming forward. The students are working directly, they go to the companies, they work here. So these are my two thought processes. Now, what we are doing at IIM Kashipur, in 2019-20, we offered for the first time the MBA program in analytics program, and it is into 4th year. We are getting around 6,000 applications for. We started with a batch of 40-50. Now we have 2 sections, 160. So we didn't extend the MBA program. We went for extension of our analytics program. And the year IIM Bangalore also started the program, same program. What we have done in this MBA analytics program, we have a dissertation component which is spread over 1 year in second year. And this is a 3-credit course. And each and every student is guided by a faculty member, 2 faculty members from the institute, and 1 professional from the industry. That we are doing. Number 2, what we are doing, we revised we did a program review of all our programs in 2020, and we introduced one component called industry workshop. So each and every MBA student, like this MBA student, they are doing the dissertation. Each and MBA student has to pick up a course on they have to pick up 3 industry workshops. They are half-credit course, that is 12.5 hours, and each and every workshop, industry workshop, is conducted by the corporates. They come, they set up the course program, what they have to be taught, and we just vetted that process. That is one thing we are doing. On the front of innovation and entrepreneurship, we have a very budding incubation center called Foundation for Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development. And there also our focus is on Indian entrepreneurship, because we know that many IIMs are not getting into that, many businesses, so we have very big people into that. So out of the 140 startups which we have incubated in the last 4 years, together they have garnered around 500 crore rupees of funding, and 50% of them they are in entrepreneurship, and 25% of startups are reserved startups for those who are coming from Uttarakhand. That we are doing. And we are getting a very, very generous support from Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Ministry of Commerce, and in the case of Nagpur, we also have a funding for other center. That is one. And on the other hand, what we did to connect our students, I did my doctorate at IIMA, so a lot of lessons from there. And I was speaking to Kumar Gandhi in the first half actually. And, I say that whether that fieldwork program is there or not, just they still have in the 2 months program there at Irma, which is called village fieldwork segment, right? So what we did to connect our students, so what is happening like, many of the IIMs like Indore and Ahmedabad, they had this outbound Himalayan program. So we thought let's we have an inbound Himalayan program. So what we did is a course, a compulsory course called experiential learning. So there we have 3 components. So we divide into 3 batches. Unlocked rural potential, that is 1 course. Second is on MSMEs, and the third is on sustainable business. So the first semester they have to go through the half-yearly course, and second year we connect with them 50 to 60 organizations which are based in UP or Uttarakhand, NGOs, government organizations. And this year we have decided, our Academy Council at last year, they have decided they are going to convert into Center for Excellence. So I think these are the things, some of the things we are doing. Apart from that, we have a floor design and innovation center. So these are some of our interventions. Thank you very much.
Very good evening. Outset, I would like to thank Dr. Jaiswal for giving me this opportunity to stand here and say my thoughts. And I felt so good when he spelled out the things that to be told in 5 minutes. I think as an institute, Institute of Rural Management, and whatever we are doing, we are not doing if it is not directly relevant to the society. So when the institute was set up in 1979, the sole objective, the reason was to professionalize the organizations which are working to rural areas, which are working for the vulnerable section of the society. So when it started to professionalize the organizations which were involved for during the White Revolution, but later we extended to other development sectors as well. So if you take the portfolio of the institute, whether it is teaching or research or executive programs or say outbound programs, 95 to 99% of the activities are directly related to the society. So when we say the philosophy, as I told you, so this is the philosophy of the institute. Let us work for the development of the society. And the core value, if I remember the Korean saying, the 3 I's, Dr. Jaiswal told, but in our case, the 3 I's are integrity, integrity, integrated. So these are the 3 I's that we believe in, and let us whatever deliver with integrity for the society. Today as an institute, we are working not only with the development sector but very closely with the Government of India, and particularly with the Ministry of Rural Development, Ministry of Panchayat Raj, Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry, and the recently formed Ministry of Corporations. And the objective of all the ministries again to take care of the society. And 90% of the training programs now we are doing is either with for the government officials at the district level or at the state level, or the functionaries who are dealing with the rural masses. I think the Institute of Rural Management is the first institute again to sign an MOU with Ministry of Panchayat Raj. In fact, they wanted all our students to be absorbed in the Ministry of Panchayat Raj, but we never wanted to take the risk because we have to maintain our diversity. So when we talk about our philosophy again, we believe in production by masses, not production for masses. I think that is one of the success story of if you take Amul. So Amul, they produce not for masses, but they produce by masses. So most of the profit that goes to, it's a 5% that remains at the GCMMF stage, but 50 to 60% of the revenue that goes to farmers. That's the profit. So that is the culture which we want to create in an institute like IIM. And we are happy that IIMs are also on the board. And unless institutions like IIM, they take the lead, other institutions are not going to take the lead. So if we work together for the development of the country, and if we want to become a 37 trillion or 40 or 50 trillion, it is not possible unless the rural sector grows, unless the bottom 50% of the society also grows, because the purchasing power is going to be with them. Unless the purchasing power grows, nothing is going to happen. So if you are talking about getting transformed from a developing economy to a developed economy, it's not possible unless we take care of the rural sector, the rural masses, and the developing section of the society. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my co-directors, also doing it within time. We can have few questions for anybody. I know most capable person is Professor Krishnan to answer because he's having a lot of, yeah. Give the mic there. Can you give the mic there? Yeah.
Extremely heartening to know the social oriented programs as well as initiatives that each of the institute is taking. That's wonderful to know. The flagship program.
You can introduce yourself also.
Yeah, happy to introduce. My name is Subramania Shastri. Shastri is my first name. I'm a partner in PwC, alumnus of IIM Bangalore of Architects. The question is, it's not as much a question. The first is a comment. It's absolutely wonderful to look at each of the institute's initiatives. Some of it aware when I go to the campuses. The flagship program, which is MBA, is still perceived to be elitist. Right? While all these initiatives might happen and are happening, the pursuit of profit is seen as, or was seen as, the primary goal of organizations, and it's also seen that MBA programs are tend to be oriented towards that than the triple bottom line. That could only be a perception. Would like to hear your views on it and how that's changing.
I think most of the institutes, the curriculum is changing to reflect that. That's my impression. 2 years ago, that is 2.5 years ago, we did a major MBA curriculum review in IIM, and when we spoke to CEOs, there were 3 areas which came out as important priority areas. 2 of them are quite obvious, digital and data, but the third one was ESG. So I think reflecting that, I'm sure other institutes as well are making efforts to bring that into the curriculum in a bigger way. At least in IMD, I know that is happening. And I think a lot of this happens also through example. At least I can say in our institute, one of the things we are trying to encourage is more sustainability initiatives on campus, particularly in terms of waste recycling, better usage of water, electricity saving, all elements, green cover. So we put out our first carbon footprint report this year in IMD during 2023. It will now be an annual feature, so we are also subjecting ourselves to public measure and scrutiny. I'm sure our other colleagues are also doing similar things.
Mr. Party, can you give that? Yeah.
Good evening to all of you. So I'm Sanjay Parodi, the founder of the School of Management. I have some food for thought for all the IIM directors who are sitting here, and I would like you all to respond to that. I think if you look at the national agenda of our country, we are all set on the economic growth. Today is a very auspicious day. We are all set to be 52 trillion economy, third largest, all of that is going. Now I think what's very important with the institute like IIM, it's important that we guys be on the leading edge rather be on the trailing edge. I don't see any activity happening on the leading edge front. So if you look at the history in the past, the IT sector led the IIM before the IIM could get to the IT sector. The startup ecosystem also led the IIM. And now we are sitting at this point of time where we are at the influx of generative AI, machine learning, crypto, ONDC, okay, and you look at the public digital infrastructure, all of this is sort of being evaded. And even if you look at some defense manufacturing, VLSI design, all the things that are going to be the engines that are going to fuel the economy, I'm not sure if, I might be preempting, but I'm not sure if we are on the leading edge. So I would allow you to throw some light on that.
That's why seems to have made me the spokesman. For what reason, I don't know, but anyway. No, I think it's a good question, Sanjay. I'm broadly in agreement with you. I just made a couple of comments. One is this globally true, by the way. Business schools largely are followers. I don't think they are being leaders. So if you think that Indian business schools should buck that trend, you're throwing us a good challenge. Challenge we should certainly debate and take that forward. That's number one. Number two, I think we are reasonably contemporary. I'm not sure about leading. I mean, our startup incubator in IIM Bangalore started in the year 2000, well before the startup boom started. Okay. Similarly, if you look at many of the other things you are talking about software industry. We started our program for the software industry in 1998, before the software industry had taken off on its current trajectory. So by and large, I think we are sort of there. Can we do better? Of course. I mean, I think that's the point you are trying to make. And certainly on the technology front, I think there's a lot we can do. So I think more suggestions like that are welcome. By the way, somebody is interesting you are saying this, because just this morning, some person I don't know too well sent me a LinkedIn long message with an attachment saying all the things IIMs are not doing. It is given one whole laundry list. So I'll add a few of your points also to that.
Craig is party president. Okay. The party is a bureaucrat turned administrator now. He's a director general and he's a lot of experience. So yes.
That bloody bureaucrat who has not passed through IIM. This is the party I'm representing IIT. I said I spoke to him. I've heard Bakul Dholkia and I get a feeling that all the Bakul Dholkia are still surviving and thriving. So it was very encouraging response to get from each one of you. So one thing I thought that all that good work that even 7 of you are doing is known to you in 7 campuses only. Do we need to have this all Pan IIM outreach initiative so that all this good work that you do can inspire others also, those who are not nearer to or not known to you? That is the first point. I don't know whether you have listen and comment, but I thought I will make it. And I'm very much impressed with the bunker bagging. I must compliment you, Dr. Jaiswal. And I feel very elated that Sambalpur IIM is doing much better than the many of them that report was presented today. But many others are hiding more than what you are explaining. That could be the reason. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Rituparna, and I come from a background in computer science and economics. First of all, sir, congratulations for hosting such a wonderful conference. And secondly, my question to the panel is, in the aftermath of this conference, what innovative strategies can we implement so that industry, startups, and all the IIMs can communicate on a common platform and let not this discussion that we are having today, lose its tempo and fuel, greater innovations. Thank you.
That's a good question because one of the objective of coming this Pan IIM is actually that what collaborative we can do, and the first step of doing anything is to come together. So at least 6-7 of us have come together. Rest also will bring slowly. Okay. But one idea which I floated, everybody is floating some ideas. So IIM Sambalpur reported that as part of our Bunker Valley, all the IIMs can join and make it a combined Pan IIM Bunker Valley, not just IIM Sambalpur. So that can be one initiative that how to reverse. Earlier we used to work with Pepsi to be sold in rural. Now we want rural product to be sold in the urban market. So that is the kind of model we are trying to create. I'm sure many such experiments can make India's GDP many-fold in coming years. So right now we are heavily dependent on import and urban products coming to rural. India was 33% GDP when rural products used to go to urban, like textile and spices. So similar way, I think there are a lot of businesses which can come into the GDP format. That can be one of the agenda. I mean, without disturbing our existing programs of MBA and other things, that has to continue. But maybe as a project we all can take. That is my point of view, but others, friends can also give any other ideas. Anyone? Next one. That's the last year. Yeah.
Hi, so this is Anisha here. Sorry for the bad voice, but so you mentioned about that sectoral programs should be the new focus for all MBA programs. So we have some sectoral programs like rural management. Analytics has become buzzword across many colleges. Why not we have something like an MBA for entrepreneurs or the startups? Because we all keep talking about startup and everything. We don't have an IIM which does an MBA in entrepreneurship.
See, this program, All India Council for Technical Education, last year, Ministry of Education Innovation Cell, MOC, they already started the program, curriculum has been approved, 4 institutions have started the program, and I think IIM Lucknow is also initiated, and many more institutions may, enter into this particular sector. Already this is there.
And also the next session is exactly on that, startup sessions now. Please.
I think they are initiated. Here Atish is sitting, Sanjay and Atish are sitting, that program. Yeah. Yeah.
Let me just add here, it's in first year of MBA, we have made entrepreneurship as a compulsory course. Irrespective of whether that student is going to be an entrepreneur or not, but that mindset and attitude is more important. So we have made that entrepreneurship as a compulsory course in MBA first year. Thank you.
I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of our esteemed directors who participated in the enriching panel discussion today. I would now request Professor Sudhindra Rao to kindly felicitate our panelists. To begin with the felicitation, I would request Professor Rao to kindly felicitate Professor Kulbhushan Baloni, Director IIM Kashipur. Professor Rishikesh T. Krishnan, Director IIM Bangalore. Professor Pawan Kumar Singh, Director IIM Trichy. Professor Bhimaran Maitri, Director IIM Nagpur. Professor B.S. Sahai, Director IIM Jammu. Professor Omakant Dash, Director IRMA Anand. Professor Mahadev Jaiswal, Director IIM Sambalpur.
This, I just want to tell you, this product we have given here is part of our intervention where this Bunker Valley's project, we gave a training of 12 weekends, and as part of that, this product was discovered, new product, and now is selling in a large volume. We offer this.
Thank you all. Now we would be starting with our next panel, that is Startup Roundtable discussion in a short time. All the students are supposed to stay back, there is no bio break. I repeat, there is no break, all the students should settle at their place.
হ্যালো 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 হ্যালো
অন আছে টাইম আছে মাইকটা এই ইয়েটা অন করে মাইকটা অন করে দিতে এটি আছে
আসছি
এক নম্বরটা অন করে দিতাম এক নম্বরটা অন করে দিতাম তো এটি আসে দরকার নেই সব একটু আসে
ইন্টারনাল মাইক এক্সটার্নাল
Students, may I have your kind attention, please? Please occupy the middle row here. Ensure you're not sitting at the back benches, please. And please make it quick, we'll be starting the session soon. Volunteers, please take care the transition happens quickly.
Hello. Number 11, unplug. 11, unplug. Hello. 11, 11, double one, unplug. बंद कर दो. 11. Hello, check. Number 9. Check. Hello. 73. Vicky? 3. Okay. 73.
Students, kindly settle down in your places, please. Genius is when an idea and the execution of that idea are simultaneous, said Albert Einstein. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries on the dais. We are here today to have an enriching discussion with the distinguished personnel, people who have dared to dream and have then translated them into reality. I would now request Professor Sudhendra Rao to welcome our panelists for today. Sir, please. Can we have a round of applause for everyone? Thank you, everyone. I would now take this opportunity to introduce the esteemed members of the Startup Roundtable discussion for this evening. Mr. Maninder Singh Bawa is the co-founder of Innovent Studio. He's a technology enthusiast with 9+ years of experience in the field. He is passionate about teaching and especially on designing large-scale web applications. He's been actively involved into consulting, evaluating, and mentoring IA portfolio startups on how to design robust and scalable technical architecture. Mr. Gaurav Kedia is the managing partner of Saga Wealth. He has multiple angel investing ventures, an alumnus from IIM Bangalore. He's worked with Bank of America. He is the founder of 2 companies in telecom services and financial services. He's also a chartered accountant and holds a BCom honors in accounting and finance from St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. Mr. Deepak Sharma is the co-founder of India Accelerator and IA Labs. He's an engineering graduate from Punjab Engineering College, Chandigarh, with more than 25 years of experience in the information technology domain. Over the last decade of his entrepreneurial journey, he has been on the founding team of several successful startups and businesses like India Accelerator, IA Labs, Cabazar, Lawyer, AppWorks Technologies, and Organic Consulting. Mr. Pradeep Subramaniam is the Chief Innovation Officer at LivePure. He's an experienced techno-commercial entrepreneur with more than 30 years of experience in the area of innovative, smart, and disruptive technologies. He has been associated with global multinational corporations like GE, Philips, Hitachi, PepsiCo, and LG. His company, GrowTech, was acquired by erstwhile Luminous, later acquired by Schneider, as a part of their expansion plan in the health and wellness sector. His expertise involves in dealing with everyday societal and environmental challenges like water and power conservation and reduced carbon footprints. We also have Ms. Shrishti Arora from India Accelerator with us this evening. I would now request our panelists to commence the discussions for the day. I would also request Mr. Deepak Sharma to moderate the session for us this evening.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. It's really an honor and a privilege to represent India Accelerator and be a moderator for the panel discussion on entrepreneurship, startups, innovation, and the role of IIMs and industry in terms of supporting it. Also, it's a great auspicious occasion, that we have today with the starting of Ram Mandir at Ayodhya. So welcome again to this panel discussion, and I'll start with Pradeep here, my panelist, who is part of LivePure and who has seen corporate innovation and open innovation at very close quarters. So Pradeep, what do you think are some of the tailwinds which are happening in the Indian startup ecosystem these days?
Let me start with a small introduction about myself. I am basically a techno-commercial entrepreneur kind of a person, because I ran a startup which was successfully acquired by LivePure, which is part of the SAR Group. And SAR Group, as you know, in 2011 had sold their Luminous brand to Snyder, and that's how they then diversified into various businesses like water purification, sleep, then battery inverters, electric vehicles. And my job is to look after innovation in the area of air and water, as well as sleep, which is the focus of Live Pure, and Sachin Tendulkar is our brand ambassador. And essentially, we are looking at providing health and wellness platform, consumer products in different forms, in the form of selling to various markets, but also providing subscription as one of the innovative ways of doing business and reaching the consumers. So you talked about the tailwinds of the startup ecosystem. I would say one of the thing which is changing in the consumer market, and specifically we found this traction after COVID specifically, is that the subscription market is a huge opportunity which is coming up in the Indian consumers' mind, because Indian consumers are, especially if you look at the consumers which are young and who are quite mobile, they are moving across various cities, various parts of their career life. The kind of, experience that they want in terms of the products and solutions is more, rather than buying that equipment and then trying to get that as a coveted thing, that I have purchased this, I have purchased this. Rather than that, their focus is more on experience. So one of the things, at least as our company, we are realizing is that a lot of emphasis is there on the rental subscription business, which is a huge opportunity. It's true also for our electric vehicle business, where we found that many logistics operators, which is B2B business essentially, those businesses are not able to buy a two-wheeler or three-wheeler which is using a lithium-ion battery, because the battery itself is very expensive and the infrastructure to buy that is expensive. So we are working on looking at setting up rentals for the vehicle, for the battery, swapping the battery so that batteries can be subscribed to as a rental business. So I think one of the things which is changed, especially post-COVID, which we are also seeing, and which is part of the startup ecosystem also, is that there is a lot of emphasis happening on digital and rental subscription. I call this as omni-channel actually. It is not just one channel. I mean, before COVID, people were always talking of the general trade, modern trade, very
lot of innovation which has to come outside the box for us to create jobs, for us to create new business models, for us to create new markets and new innovative products and solutions. So this leads me to a question to my fellow panelists here on the left, Maninder, who leads venture studio called Innovent. So Maninder, if you could briefly talk about what exactly is a venture studio and how is it different from an incubator that typically runs, and how do you tie this business model innovation and leveraging new products and services as part of the Innovent venture studio?
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much, Deepak. So, to start with, maybe I'll start with the venture studio itself. So, myself, Maninder, and I'm running a venture studio called Innovent Studio. Now, many of you might be hearing this term maybe for the first time, and many of you might be aware of it already. If I talk about venture studio, it goes back, the origin of venture studio goes back to 1996, where Idea Lab was the first venture studio which was established in Europe, back in West. So venture studio is a very familiar term which is there in Europe, America, and towards the West, but in India it's relatively new term. So what is a venture studio? What does it do? So you all might have heard of a gaming studio. What does a gaming studio do? It produces games, one game, then another game, then third game, right? How does a studio produce multiple games? It has the capability and the expertise to build those games. So similarly, a venture studio has a capability and expertise to build ventures. How do you actually build startups? So consider it like a factory of startups where we are producing startups one after another. Now, when we are doing the same thing repeatedly, and we also have the prior experience and the expertise of actually building startups, like how do you do the operations of a startup? How do you actually scale a startup? How do you run the recruiting? How do you find out the talent that is required to build the technology of the startup, right? Which product idea is going to scale? What is not going to scale? So a venture studio consists of all those expertise of how do you actually build a complete venture. And that's what we also do at Innovent. In fact, the name also comes from innovation, venture, and invent. That's innovent.studio. So what we typically do is, it's a deep intervention along with the founders where we first validate all the ideas. And whatever idea we feel like it's going to be successful, there is going to be a need of this idea, we build a quick MVP out of it. And once we have a quick validated idea with us, then we tie up that idea along with the co-founder. And I think we are at a very good place. So one of the models that we have built is that we will bring the CEO, which will be the co-founder from IIMs, and bringing the CTO from IITs. So bringing the best of the talent and then giving the expertise that we have of building the venture, along with giving them all the expertise what is needed in order to accelerate their journey. So that's the concept about Innovent Studio.
Great. Thanks, Maninder, for talking about what a venture studio is. So if you look at it, from an incubator perspective, incubator is a place where you incubate your ideas, where you build prototypes, where you validate it quickly into the market and run on your own. So while there is support from incubator perspective, most of the things as a founder you would have to do it on your own. Where venture studio comes into the picture is they have deep expertise in terms of running venture on venture on venture. So they provide you with deep technical expertise, deep expertise on product side of the things, help you build quick MVPs, launch it into the market. So essentially your time to MVP, your time to fundraise also gets reduced, and the probability of your success is also increased versus when you would do it alone. That's what I understood from exactly.
And to add on top of that, if we compare it, the difference with the incubator is more of just evaluating your idea and helping you, or let's say nurturing you, to build a business from that idea. It's more relying on you to take it ahead. On the other hand, Venture Studio has a very deep intervention where Venture Studio itself validates the idea and builds on the idea. So the chances of success of that startup that become very high in comparison to the traditional model of building startups.
Great, thanks, Maninder. So moving on to Srishti here, who is representing India Accelerator. So what we have also seen is we have incubator, we have venture studios, and then we have accelerators. Typically, a startup venture would need a lot of funds at the seed stage, so infusion of capital, a lot of mentorship and hand-holding, access to the market, and GTM and how to grow the business. So, Srishti, question to you is, from an India Accelerator perspective, how does it help the startups in some of these specific areas? If you could briefly talk about your experiences.
Sure. So, India Accelerator. So, I'll firstly introduce myself. I'm Srishti, and I lead corporate innovation vertical at India Accelerator, where we guys are trying to build up a model how industry, academy, and startups can collaborate and come up with some kind of innovation into the ecosystem. So, when it comes to accelerators helping startups, especially when it comes to India Accelerator, so we guys basically run a cohort program wherein we guys provide mentorship support to startups, wherein we have different business specialists, experts from industries who guide startups in which direction to go, what to do, how to do. Apart from this mentorship, there is also funding support which accelerators provide, as Deepak sir already mentioned. When it comes to the funding, we provide fund, we help with the fundraise. We have connects with different VCs, micro VCs as well, big VCs as well, which provide funding support to these startups. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And of course, coming up of Invent is one of the biggest things through which entrepreneurs can get help to build up their own businesses into the ecosystem. So,
Thanks, Srishti. So moving on here to Gaurav. So Gaurav, you are essentially an angel investor. You invest in startups, invested in more than 100 plus startups. So typically, when a startup founder comes and asks for investments, what are some of those typical parameters and barometers that you check in a startup before signing up your check for that?
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. So just introducing myself, I run a portfolio management firm where I manage monies for HNIs and family offices, and we primarily invest into public equities. And since last 2 years, we have started investing in private opportunities also. So, coming to your question, where what do we look for before making a bet into a startup? So, I'll just lay my philosophy, how I look at it. So, what we look at is great founders running great businesses available at reasonable or fair price, right? So, let me deep dive into all the three buckets. So, great founders. What do we look at that? So one of the most often quoted terminology in the VC ecosystem is founder market fit, right? So what do we look at in that? We look at founders who either have an experience in the industry in which they are building in. We look at founders who are from who have already worked in that particular industry and looking to tackle a particular problem which they have personally faced or have come across in their professional journey. one of the things that we look at. Coming to the next bucket, market, right? Great founders running great businesses. So the great business, what we look at, product market fit, right? You would have heard of terms like PAM, SAM, SOM, right? How big is the market? In which particular vertical of that market this particular idea is fitting in? What is the product? What is the business model that the entrepreneur is innovating on, right? So great founders running great businesses and available at a reasonable price, right? I was just speaking with someone from one of the students. So like, how do you do valuation of a startup? So it's again, I just told her that it's more of an art than a science. You can't put really a value to a startup on a scientific basis. If you see Kunal Shah coming up with his second startup and raising the funds directly at $100 million valuation, it will not make any logical sense for anyone versus somebody coming right out of college and raising at 5 crore valuation, right? So it's again a demand supply and how you are able to negotiate with the entrepreneur and the valuation you set. Right? So these are the three things that we look at, and accordingly we decide whether to put in money at startup or not.
So great point, Gaurav, you talked about founder market fit. I think that's a great input here, where you look at a founder, the characteristics of it, and his or her experience in that specific domain, and then how they can carry their specific business. And typically, we have a framework called 4Ps that we typically leverage in at India Accelerator to evaluate business ideas and startups. So it starts with team, which is primarily looking at how strong the team is in terms of their domain and experience. Looking at technology, how deep the technology is, the kind of traction they have built, in a short span of time, and the kind of TAM, the overall market size, how is it sort of operating on. And I think I completely validate your point that valuation is more like art than a science. So I was reading yesterday, Elon Musk is raising funds to launch an AI startup which is very similar to Sam Altman OpenAI, and he has raised already 500 million and raising another 500 million at a $10 billion valuation. Now, the business itself is not there, it is just an idea, but the idea comes from Elon Musk, who has built several successful businesses, so he can command a $10 billion valuation even on an idea given by another person. So again, it's more like a art than specifically a science. So coming to you, Pradeep, we discussed some aspects of innovation, and we also discussed about industry academia bridge which is there. So if you could talk about from your experience perspective, there are so many use cases, challenges, opportunities which are there in corporates. Yet corporates, by virtue of their nature, are behemoths, and there is a lot of inertia with respect to innovation and changing things perspective. So what do you think is your take in terms of running open innovation programs where industries talk about their use cases, their problems, and giving it to startups, giving it to industries, giving it to academia for young entrepreneurs to solve it for them, and then there could be huge opportunities for them in terms of market size, market share, fundraise, growth, acquisition, and so on.
Yeah, sure. I think if you look at Government of India also, they run something called as a Smart Hackathon program. I'm not sure if the MBA folks are aware of it, but the engineering stream has something called as Smart Hackathon program, where there are industry problems identified sector-wise. So that means there is a water sector, there is an energy sector, there is a IT sector. So sector-wise, software, hardware, within hardware, various sectors, crowdfunding some of the problems and the solution is one of the ways of looking at open innovation. And also, as part of SAR Group, have participated in many such forums where, for example, we had in 2017-18 the government of Israel coming over India with the delegation and supporting us for doing innovations around water. And we posed a few challenges in the water area to come out with innovations in the water area. And we funded a few startups. We sent a few startups to Israel also. And we created a collaboration and cooperation with Israeli companies. One of the outcomes of that, I want to talk about that, is that the vast program, which is Water as a Service program, which is building a full stack, software, hardware, firmware, cloud, end-to-end solution, which is deployed digitally, even to market this product, is coming from an Israeli company called as Heka, which was part of the scouting that we did when we did this kind of open innovation programs. And we also work closely with IIT Madras as well as IISc, for example, where we pose some of the challenges like we want to develop the next generation lithium-ion battery with a life which is double of what it is today, or the safety which is 10x or 5x of what is it today. So we work with professors in IISc, in IIT Madras, where we look at long-term problems and try to see how we can solve them. We started with a very small seed money, but I am glad to tell you that some of these programs have actually fructified into projects, and some of these products are also being rolled out in the market. VAS is one of them, lithium-ion battery, as well as some other non-lithium-ion technologies, which are alternatives to lithium-ion, is one other air purification technology. So these kind of collaborations with academia is very important, and also probably working with countries which have the capacity and the capability of that particular center of excellence, where we can tap into those resources and collaborate and come with a new idea which can have a huge market play in a country like India. So that's what I would say is a live example of what we have done as a group. And I think as a country also, I think there are these centers of excellences happening in IIT Madras, IISc, and many such institutes where focus is on a particular domain, and in that domain depth is being created and built, right? So I think open innovation will come if you invest, you wait patiently for outcomes to happen. It's not going to happen overnight. And also you have to keep on funding and keep on looking and taking baby steps, and then when the time comes, you will get the giant leap.
Thanks, Pradeep. Also, one surrounding question that we look at is also about inclusivity, about women-led founders, women-led startups. So, Srishti, from your specific experience, the startups which you see as an inflow into the India Accelerator pipeline, what is your take of women-led startups and women taking up plunge in terms of talking about innovation and doing startups and making a career, more in terms of setting up their own businesses?
So women-led startups have been increasing in the startup ecosystem, and in fact, the support from the government, which women nowadays get in terms of loans, in terms of complete startup ecosystem, is massive. So of course, the startups which are led by women are blooming in the market. In fact, India Accelerator as an organization, it supports women-led startups a lot. So we did a program in past, which was the B-Scale program, which was wherein 4 nations across the country participated in that, and that program was completely focused on women-led startups, wherein we provided them with mentorship, where we helped them with fundraise, we provided them access to the network. Since India Accelerator is backed by GAN Partners, so which is a global accelerator network where hundreds of accelerators across the globe are part of their network. So we gave access to women to this network, and to take their startups to the next level. So there is an increase in the women-led
startups nowadays, and of course, everybody, all the organizations, whether it is private or public, organizations are supporting women-led startups.
So I think in addition to just supporting women in terms of diversity for creating startups, even in the corporate world, there is a need for increasing the diversity and training women leaders for being the next CTO, CPO, CMO. So I think one name which I want to take is Mr. Ashish Dhawan, who runs the Ashoka University. He has started through one of the founders, Anu Prasad, a forum which is actually training the next generation women to be the leaders actually in their sector, including social sector as well as corporate social responsibility, as well as taking these roles. So I think not just the startup ecosystem, even the ecosystem of the education industry is also waking up to the fact that you need to prepare captive women manpower which can actually work in diverse areas rather than the stereotype areas which they were working now. And I'm glad to say that I have met Anu, I have talked to Anu, and I have realized that the center that she is running is one such very inspiring center which is preparing the future women leaders in various roles that they can take.
So great point, Pradeep and Shrishti on this specific topic. And one theme which came out was around skill development and training and preparing women leaders. And very recently, I got an opportunity to be part of IIM Sambalpur and running an entrepreneurship orientation, boot camp, and there were a lot of young, women who were there, who were part of that specific boot camp and very interested in terms of running the startups, on their own. So coming back here, Maninder, a question on training, a related question on training and skill development. So you also run a venture on technology, upskilling and technology development. Any specific thoughts that you would want to put forward in terms of the importance of skilling and skill development in terms of promoting entrepreneurship and business?
Indeed. So, I think you very rightly talked about it, Deepak. So, I want to share my experience with a venture that we have been running, where we were going to engineering colleges and we were bridging the gap that is there. Uh, I know all of you must agree, or you will still agree, that there is still a gap of when an engineer comes out of a college, he is still not production ready to be deployed at day one in any corporate organization. They still have to undergo a training program, they still have to take a 6 months training, 3 months training after even joining the corporate. So what we have been doing is we have been collaborating with these organizations where one of the name of the college was PI, where we were upskilling the learners, the students within the college itself. So when they were doing their final semester and even before that, we were giving them practical hands-on knowledge where how industry actually builds these applications. So you would not believe all of the students who were in that particular batch, they got placed within like few days. The only reason was that they had that practical exposure of doing the things. That's what led the corporates to get them on board. If I talk about the same in terms of IIMs, the I would say the CEOs in all the top-notch organizations, it's needless to say that IIM is the best colleges from where the pedigree comes in for the CEOs. Right? Now, when we say that IIM students, IIM alumni, IIM faculty, so these are the people who are the builders of the nation, and they have to build and run these organizations. Right? So if practical exposure of actually building startups and
entrepreneurship is given to the students in IIM in the MBA itself, I think that would be a game changer move. So giving exposure, giving upskilling to the industry, from the industry to the academia, within the college, I think that is the gap that we still need to bridge on. So that's really, really important.
To add to the point that Maninder talked about, I am just posing a question to this crowd. Where is one forum where folks from IIT, IIM, and NID have sat together on a forum and they have debated and talked about in any of their respective institutes? For example, this institute. Is there a forum where engineers, industrial designers, and MBA students interact and talk to each other? Because most of the time we talk Greek and Latin. Actually, the designer what he talks, the technology guy doesn't understand. What the MBA student talks, the technology or the design guy doesn't understand. So my one of the gaps which I am seeing, and I've been in the industry for 30 years now, that bringing all of these faculties, which is the engineering talent, the technical talent, and the management or the business talent, and the consumer side or the customer side, product design, industrial design talent together, so that they work together as a single team, and a kind of a curriculum is created where the complete entrepreneurship, right from the idea till the final product is piloted, scaled, and it becomes a big enterprise, can be created. Because I think now also in the industry, this still happens like a silo, and this needs to be changed, and this is a definite gap which I am seeing. I don't know whether you guys are able to connect with me, but as you join in the corporates, you will be able to identify this. This is a very important gap.
Great point, Pradeep. So question here, Gaurav, you are associated to some extent with Startup Odisha, and you have seen the Odisha-specific startup ecosystem from very close quarters. And in our previous discussions, we looked at IIM Sambalpur and Bunkargali.com and a few of the other initiatives which are there in terms of promoting industry. And when we specifically look at Odisha, it is so rich in mines, agriculture, art and craft, which are there. So your specific experience in terms of how some of these students from IIMs and colleges here could be part of looking at these industries and promoting innovation, coming up with new business models you spoke. So I'll just give you a few statistics. So yesterday only I was in a panel with Dr. Omkar Rai, who is the chairman of Startup Odisha. So a few statistics which he mentioned was there are around 1800 registered startups with Startup Odisha. There is a world-class incubation hub in Bhubaneswar called O-Hub. I think it has a space of 2 lakh square feet available with them, which they are actively looking to allocate to startups, giving them space, giving them connects, giving them, they're doing programs, events to bring funds from tier 1 cities to come and interact with startups who are registered with them, and then providing them funding. One of the other points which I want to mention is we have a startup in a portfolio called Boundary Aero. It's a AIC CV Raman Bhubaneswar incubated startup, and they are into drone tech for defense. So when I spoke with the co-founder there, what he said was the hardware ecosystem in Bhubaneswar is world class. They have the CV Raman University has the best welding machine, which even a few established corporates don't have. The CTTC central tool, the government organization has the best tool room where even ISRO is manufacturing parts for their rockets and satellites over there. One like the world, Odisha has a very nice skill development initiative where the world-class vendors who who are gold medalists in their respective fields are available there in Bhubaneswar, where prototyping becomes very easy for the startup, right? And they are able to get the prototype done at a very cheap cost. The STPI facility has an electropreneur park where electronics and embedded systems can be very easily made available to them. So one of the reasons for them to not start in Bangalore, so there are 6 co-founders, and all of them left their jobs. They were working in Bangalore, and they came back to Bhubaneswar and started this. And they recently raised funding, and I think they are in process to get a tender from defense also. And they are the only company in India who are manufacturing a 50 kg payload capacity drone. Only company in India who are able to demonstrate that successfully. So the ecosystem here is very nascent, obviously, but there are these green shoots available. There are ODIA founders who were working, who had an exit in a startup, but they want to build their second startup out of Bhubaneswar because the ecosystem is maturing. There are funds available, there is government support available, and due to that, I see the next 5 to 10 years, Bhubaneswar becoming one of the hottest, apart from the tier 1 cities, becoming the next big thing in startup ecosystem. So, a few things from my side.
Great point, Gaurav. And when we look at, there are some of these greenfield areas which are coming in, whether that is generative AI, whether we are looking at, drone tech, whether we are looking at defense. These are some very, very green ventures which are coming in where definitely startups and entrepreneurs should come in and take a leap of faith and, build their careers, their businesses, around that. And to that point on that drone tech startup, we recently invested 6 years in a startup called Zulu, which is primarily into defense tech using drones. So they manufacture kamikaze drones, which are like suicide drones. They run as swarms, destroy the enemy target, and then kill themselves as well. So there is no trace of what happened. And again, logistics drone is a great area. Army basically takes mules to the remote corners to carry their payloads. Now with drone, with logistics drone which can carry heavy payloads, you could take those in a shorter amount of time. So it really helps in those specific areas. So we are towards the end. What I would like to have from our panelists is like a closing comment. Now what we understand is there is a lot of support from government, state government, central government, institutes, industria, academy, venture capitalists. At the center of all of this are the young founders, are the young students. Now they are at a point in their professional life where they decide whether they would want to take up a good MNC job or they would want to go into the startup grind and build their own businesses. So starting from here, shifting, what is that one specific advice that you would want to give to the young entrepreneurs?
So I think entrepreneurship is something that each and everybody should at least follow once in their lifetime. So no pain, no gain kind of thing is there. And entrepreneurship teaches you how to take risk and how to become what you actually want to become. So yeah, that's one point.
I have a slightly different take because maybe my age is different. I am 56 years of age. So my take is that do what you do, whether you are doing a job or whether you want to start a startup, but try to do it with passion and build something like ikigai. And you are not going to reach there from your first job. It might take you a fourth, fifth job or a fourth, fifth gig or an entrepreneurship to find out. If you're lucky, you might find out in the first or the second, but definitely try to find what is the ikigai that you want for your life, right? Ikigai is nothing but doing something which you love, doing something which you are very good at, and the country also loves, and then you are also being paid well so that you don't have to bother about supporting your family and having your well-being, right? So my advice is chase your ikigai. If you are comfortable with the job, please do the job. If you are comfortable with the startup, please do that. If you want to do gigs, please do that. And if you want to float, please do that. So that's also not a problem. But find out what's right for you and then go for it.
Thanks, Pradeep. Awesome. So, I think a lot of contemporary thoughts coming from across the panelists. So, considering the background that I come from, I have a slightly different advice and vision. So, what I feel like is IIMs, as I already mentioned, right? So IIM is the talent, right? It is India's talent that is going to bring the future of India. So our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has a vision of getting a $5 trillion economy bringing to the India. Now, out of that, only 1 trillion is proposed or supposed to come only from deep tech generative AI startups. Now, what does it take to build a startup? You need strategy, you need vision, you need product, and you need technology. If it is a good amalgam of strategy, product, and technology, that's what makes a good startup, right? And that's what takes it to the next level, and it gives you that satisfaction that yes, I have done something. I want each one of you to at least make an attempt, and so that you guys do not regret later on, so that if you are able to make it, then there is that zeal that yes, I have done. Now, how do you do it? As I was mentioning earlier as well, we are trying to bring the strategy from IIM, the technology from IITs, the design from NITs. And that's what Pradeep was also mentioning. There is no one such form that exists today, but we are trying to bring one where we are trying to collect everyone. And along with these three, we are bringing the expertise that we have of building a lot of startups, and we know all the operations, marketing, how do things move forward. So if you want to build a venture, there are lots of challenges and problems that are going to come. But what is something that can help you solve that problem? A support. A support can come from an incubator that helps you to incubate your idea. It can come from an accelerator that helps you to accelerate the idea. That can also come from an angel investor, a VC, micro VC, or an investor. So the support can come from any of these three. But if you go, I'm not saying that they are not right, but let's say there is this venture studio way that brings all the three things together. You get the support from journey, from inception of idea to accelerating it to the level of the scale, along with also getting a fund to it. So if any one of you wants to build a startup, if any one of you wants to work on an idea, I would say just go about it. And just look for support, you will find one. There is a lot of support that government is giving, a lot of support that corporates are giving, a lot of support that investors, accelerators, incubators, and venture studios are providing. So I would just say build it. And embrace the uncertainties that are going to come. There are lots of challenges that are going to come, but be resilient. Just build it and build for India. Or I would say build for Bharat. Thank you.
So adding to Manindra's point, so I just like leave the thought that entrepreneurship is very tough, right? It's a very lonely journey, it's a long journey, and you need to be very sure if you want to get into this, right? It's not very easy, the initial years would be very tough. I have discussions with founders where they have tried with me. In my previous startup, I have tried, right, building the startup. So it's a very difficult and lonely journey, right? My only advice for you would be that the sector or the business or the problem which you want to tackle, you should be at least very deeply passionate on that sector, because it will take you at least 5 years to get some level of decent traction and make some money out of it. Not five, maybe it might take you 10 years. and to be at it for 10 years of your journey when you see your colleagues, your other friends making very high, into high salary jobs, and you are still struggling in that startup, it's a very difficult journey to be in. So please you should be very passionate about the problem which you are solving, the sector which you are into in, and only then get into this journey. But it's a very rewarding journey, right? You learn a lot of things, you do so many things, and you are an expert in all things once you are into a startup. You would fail, right? Failure is a part of this entire journey. So don't be afraid of failures, but keep at it, right? You will fail in your first startup. I've seen people who have failed in 2, 3, 4 startups and then eventually get a success. So it's a long journey. Please be mindful of that, and yeah, best of luck in whatever field you choose into.
So great point, revealed from my fellow panelists here. And again, from an advice perspective, there is no right or wrong. Each person has its own journey to discover themselves. It's basically a self-discovery journey. And last week I was in discussion with Vijay Shekhar Sharma from PTM and Sanjeev Bichchandani, who runs InfoEdge. And they were talking about their entrepreneurship journey, and both of them incidentally said the same thing, that for the first 6 years of their startup journey, they did not withdraw any salaries. They were not able to withdraw any money. The first thing that they would have to do was to pay to their suppliers, to their partners, to their teams, and whatever was left came to them, and there was none. And likewise, when I vouch it from my specific perspective, as an entrepreneur, I think I completely vouch for that. So it's an arduous journey. It's a difficult one, yet it is self-fulfilling. It will help you discover yourselves. You will find a lot of unseen and unheard areas of yourselves which you will be able to discover. When you are in this specific path. So, Gaurav talked about, embracing uncertainty, having failure, not taking failure and success as binary. Failure is part of success. It will be your stepping stone towards, where you are talking about. Malinda talked about not giving it up. So execution is everything. Execution will lead to compounding results, and you will not know sooner than later that when that compounding effects come up, in the first year, second year, third year, fourth year, suddenly, things really look up, when you see from that perspective. Another thing which Gaurav talked about, and we also heard in our previous panel discussion, was about being generalists. So you need to have a lot of knowledge about vastly different domains and areas. So it could be around tech, it could be around economics, it could be around team building, it could be around leadership, it could be around how to handle negotiations, it could be around conflict management. So you need to have a wide array of skills, at your disposal if you want to look at, this specific journey. And Shishti essentially talked about, making a try and giving it an attempt. So there is this beautiful adage, which goes that, when you die, you should have memories rather than dreams. So it should not come into your mind that, I did not try entrepreneurship or I did not try startups. Yes, I think what Pradeep essentially talked about was that, maybe you could give it a shot, in your corporate career, work for 3, 4 years, understand the domain, understand the tricks of the trade, and when you know a little bit more about that, when you are a little bit more mature in your career, in your professional journey, then you could think about entrepreneurship, when you build your network and understand things from that perspective. Now, having seen both the worlds, I have seen both the worlds, plus corporate careers and now, entrepreneurship. I would really vouch for entrepreneurship from my personal experience. One, it contributes to job creation. It's a self-fulfilling, journey. You create an impact on the society, on the nation, at large.
And it really helps the wider cause of nation building and the wider cause of Bharat that we are all looking up to shape into a $10 trillion economy by 2030. So once again, thank you so much, everyone for your patient hearing, and I would like to thank all the panelists, on behalf of IIM Sambalpur and India Accelerator for giving us, their thoughtful advice and perspective on startups, entrepreneurship, and role of IIMC.
Thank you so much, sir. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to every member of the panel for their indispensable contribution to the panel discourse. Each of your participation has definitely provided us an in-depth understanding of the startup environment. I would now request Professor Surinder Rao to felicitate our guests for the evening. Thank you so much, sir. I would also like to thank our audience for their patience today, and I would request the dignitaries on and off stage, participants, members of staff, and students to proceed to the open air theatre for the cultural evening that has been arranged for all of us. Thank you, and may you all have a very good evening.
Shibu, Shibu, group photo record, group photo. Dakiri, Koi